Hello, hello. How's it going, everyone? Day 2 of Intermediate Bash 8. The final day. Who's excited for some bingo? But yeah, I'm Nene. Some of you may know me. I've commentated here before, and yeah, with me, for the first 2 matches, it's me and Serenalink. How are you doing?
Great. Very excited for some bingo.
Yeah, me too.
Some very, very good content games yesterday. I'm thinking especially Epic versus Ad that I refed. It was very, very cool to watch. So I'm excited to see similar games today. I hope at least.
Yeah, I heard that was a very good game.
Yeah, we got a wing golden for 8 gold and 8 wing berries. We got a 6 beer race.
Oh yeah, the 6 BGSA. I saw the image of that. Like both players entering reprieve, like within a few seconds of each other.
It was very, very close.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds like a good game. Yeah, unfortunately it wasn't restreamed. Yeah. But yeah. We're lucky, the 2 of us, because we get to see everyone play today while we're commentating. We get to see the 4 people left. But yeah, match 1 we got Not Epheme versus Arrowbounds. So yeah, Epheme got first place in group. Oh, which group? I don't know. Epheme got first place in one, and then Arrowbounds tied for second in the other. Let's see. Let me open up the bracket.
I think there was a 3-way tie for group 2, right?
Okay, no. So it was Epheme got first place in Group A. Arrowbounce got second place in Group B. And then the first place of Group B Ad is going to be placed in second place of Group A, CVZen. Which, yeah, there was a 3-way tie for Group A with two wins, 1 loss. Epheme got 37 points, CVZen got 35, and Isaac got 34. So CVZen advanced by 1 extra point over Isaac, so that was really close. But yeah, what would happen if there was a... What would happen if there was a... Oh, yeah, that's true. Epic Arrow is playing. You had to drop, unfortunately. But yeah, what would have happened if the points tied? Would it just have been whoever won against the two players? So like for example, if Isaac got one more
think
point,
there
would
was
CVZen have advanced because CVZen
there
beat Isaac?
were other tiebreakers, but I don't remember what exactly.
Yeah.
The real tiebreaker is the prologue race.
No, but I'm saying what if the objective count was also tied since it was only 1 point off? Oh yeah, true. Yeah, thank you Isaac for restreaming, learning all the restreaming tools,
Oh,
and
yeah.
this is his first time. So let's wish him luck today.
Big shout outs.
Yeah. We always need more restreamers. So if anyone is interested in restreaming, you can ask in the Celeste community event server, or also join the Discord. Oh, I got snailed. I was about to do that epic, damn it.
Damn it.
Snail. But yeah,
Epic
we
is so
always need more restreamers. So yeah, if you're not in the Discord or are in the Discord, just
Yeah, restreaming
join
is
it
very
and
fun.
ask about restreaming. Yeah.
And even if it scares you, don't worry. We got people ready to help. It's a lot of fun. It's a bit hard to get set up, but with help you can manage it, and then it just rolls.
Yeah, even if you don't want to play in tournaments, you can always play casual matches on this server. Just ping a roll for your difficulty, and usually people will respond. It doesn't even have to be competitive bingo. You can do blackouts with people. It can be whatever. We have bunch of chill stuff in this Discord. So
And also
highly
be
recommend
very
joining.
weird variants.
True. We love the variant website with like 100 different variants. That
I'm
website is
thinking of
very goofy.
rotationally symmetric Ketango.
No, not rotationally symmetric contango. Yeah, that is true. That is what flying does. Yeah, flying in beginner bash. It was like flying's almost first, like one of flying's first times playing bingo in beginner bash, even though flying's been in this server for so long. So you don't even have to play bingo. You can just chill in this community because it's a very chill community. I love this Discord. It's such a chill group of people.
I love the Celeste community.
Yeah. Not even just Discord. This Discord, just the Celeste community as a whole is amazing. Yeah, we should be starting up here shortly with our first match.
Both players are getting ready.
Yep.
So yeah, we're gonna see first FM versus Aerobounce, and then Ad versus Citizen, and then we'll have other commentators for the finals, which will play out in best of 3.
Yeah, let's see who we got. So for the first round of finals we got Quan and Pocket, and then for match 4 we got Quan and Crab, and then for match 5, if that happens, will be Pocket and Crab. So got some other great people commentating today. Yeah, and who doesn't want to see a match 5? I mean, maybe the two people that will be in the finals don't want to see a match 5 because preferably they just want to win the first 2. But more bingo? Like, who doesn't want to see more bingo? Let's be
A
honest.
single person who doesn't want a match 5 is the one that wins match 3.
True, that is very true. Bingo! Let's go.
Bingo, bingy.
Binky. All right, it looks like we are getting ready to go. Arrowbound, so true, being named Epic. So true. Banger. All right. What we got on the board? Let's
Both
see.
players are going.
Some early objectives. We got all berries in Chasm, 1-up in 2A, 12 berries in 2A. We got some 1-ups on this board, 1-up in 4A as well. 2 2. What we got? 5A doesn't look too bad on this board. There is complete
We have Grabless
5A.
Unraveling, 5A.
Get 1 key in search as well. Yeah, 5A.
Well,
Playing through 5A instead of 5B doesn't seem too bad here,
yeah.
actually.
On the other hand, Resort does have a few things as well. The all collectibles is not an objective you're gonna go for early, but you have Grabless Presidential Suite. It's progress towards 2 winged in 2 chapters. There's also both huge mass orders, blue-red in Resort. So the Resort play is not a bad one.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, let's see. We also got. I think the tier 25 is reach 2,000 meters in 7B, if I'm not mistaken. No, wait, no. I'm clueless. 7B is an objective, isn't it? So that's not that. Yeah, well,
I
what would
don't
be
know
the
if it's
tier?
all berries in 3K or 2K 7B.
Oh,
But
wait, is all
both of
berries?
those
Yeah, wait,
are
no,
very
sorry, my
late.
bad. All berries in 3K is the tier 25 on this board. Yeah, do we have. I don't think we have any farewell, and we just have one core objective? Question mark? Is that.
We don't have any farewell. I mean, it can be used for 1 bino in 5 chapters,
Yeah, that's
but
true.
other
And
than
also eight,
that,
8 binos.
yeah,
Okay, both players
the
opting to go
farewell
for
is
this
not
wing,
very
which is a
strong.
smart play. Yeah, farewell is almost useless on this board.
Core is a bit of a commitment, and there's not much heart synergy. There is 6 hearts and 3 B-sides, which gets you hearts, but
And also blue and red in
hearts are not
resort.
a big play on this board.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we do have some later summit objectives, and that looks like it's it. Is there just 3 later summit objectives? All berries in 2K, all berries in 3K,
Yeah.
2,000 meters 7B. So 7A got some long objectives here.
Yeah. It
Yeah,
can
we
be
see.
used for a couple of short berries and binos.
Yeah, that's true. We do see Arrow going for a lot
Both
of quick
wing.
berries here, and also both wing, because there is 45 berries on the board as well.
Yeah.
But yeah, neither player opting to go for all berries and chasm, which I do like that move because some of those chasm berries can lose some time. But yeah, the theme
Yeah, and
is
especially in
first
the
in the
early game,
2A.
getting some progress is very important, especially on this board, I think.
Yeah.
Alright, so will FM go for the 1-up into A? It looks like it, yeah. Oh no, the first berry is dropped already.
Yeah, it's okay. That's an unusual one to go for the first berry, anyways.
It's not an easy one to trail for a 1-up.
Yeah. Usually, I just start with the berry that FM has right now. Skipping that bottom? Interesting. Okay.
Oh.
That's interesting. It does
Uh,
not look like Arrow Bounce is going for the 1-up.
The danger about skipping this one is collecting too early before this 6th berry, but this should be fine.
Yeah, that's fine. And you see the objective tick. Alright, but Arrow Bounce now has taken back the lead.
We should not see anything special for the end of this old site. Oh, FM does get the cassette, but otherwise there's not really an objective left. Is that? Oh, 2B
Oh,
first pass.
2B, interesting. Probably for the 3 B-sides and the hearts, I guess. And
Yeah,
also 8 binos
interesting
for
because
1 and 5.
yeah, it's I like this play because if your 2B is not too bad, you'll pretty much have the same time used for finishing 2A or playing 2B. And so getting this progress towards the binos, the hearts, the besides, while losing only a handful of time is a strong play.
Yeah.
And because he already did the 1-up, he knew he was supposed to be behind in progress, unless Arrow Bounce got locked out of the 1-up.
Yeah, that is true. So yeah, Arrow Bounce will be significantly ahead into either 3A or 4A. Yeah, I could see either 3A skip or 5A skip working on this board. They can both work out well.
Yeah. Yeah, I think both can be fine. But considering Arrow knows he has a lead, I think playing Resort is safer. Because there are a bit more objectives than 5A. And
4A has almost nothing.
yeah,
Oh, nice corner boost by Afim.
yeah, FM looks like he has a strong 2B.
Yeah.
So a very good decision to play 2B first pass.
All right, but yeah, what can Arrow Bounce get here? Let's like what's not too bad. So reach Old Site and Pico 8, one of the mess orders, grab La Suite. Is that it actually? I mean, blue and red you get progress towards. And also all collectibles in 3A you get progress towards.
Yeah. You unfortunately don't have a mess order where you can do the hard death warp, but
Yeah, no towels, then books, and also no any percent hard order.
yeah,
Yeah, not a bad 2B by Afim.
yeah,
Yeah, gonna be about a minute behind if they enter 3A. Nope, doing the skip. That's a smart play.
yeah,
I do like this play.
yeah, because he knows he's behind, and Arrow is gonna get the 2 winged berries
Yeah.
in 2 chapters.
Also, I do believe Afim skipped the Chasm Wing.
Yep, I think so as well, because he was quite ahead at the end of 1A. So Arrow is coming up to a huge mess. We're gonna see what order they're gonna do.
Did Arrow get the winged and start?
Yep.
Okay.
So
I
only
feel like a
the
stronger play
50%
here
is
because
left.
you don't quite know how far you still are ahead because Afim may have caught up a bit if Arrow doesn't know they got 2B. So I feel like Tao's chess books is better here to try to secure
Yeah.
the 2 winged and 2.
I think I would go with this order anyway. On first pass.
Yeah. But yeah, let's see. Tao's or books
This
here?
book's towel chest is very slow.
Alright, I like this play. Alright, and
And you
Afim
see
almost
Effin
has
doing
the 1
the
up.
4A 1-up. Yeah.
Yeah. Alright, just has to not fail here. And this cassette would not be a bad option. Because it has a
For
bino in the
the
room and
B-side.
also, yeah, B-sides and binos.
Yeah, 4B has 4 binos, so it can be a play towards the 8 binos while
Alright.
progressing towards the B-side.
Alright, nice. Hopefully they get the bino on the way out as well. Yep, Arrow Bounce does tick 2 winged and 2.
Probably gonna get the heart. Oh no, skipping the heart. Interesting. And Efim does get the bino. Already 4 binos for Efim with the 2B play, so there's 2 left in 4A, so that's really close to getting all 8.
Yeah,
That's also 3 different chapters for the 1 bino in 5.
1 up in 4A is getting delayed since Theme knows Arrow Bounce is in 3A. So it can be smart to delay that to not let your opponent know where you are.
Yeah, don't think it's gonna impact Arrow's plan too much for the moment. But there's no risk in delaying it for now.
Yeah, just the risk of over delay will possibly happen, but it will be a while. And there's not much point to skip 3A here. Like get some progress and then skip it. There's not a lot of point to do that. So it's pretty safe for Efim to delay this for a while.
And Elfim does collect a few berries on the way to get progress towards 45 berries without losing time. Alright, and with Arrow coming up to the end of Huge Mess there, we're gonna see if he's gonna try to do Grabless Presidential Suite, or if he's gonna keep that for later to
Yeah,
try and get some more progress.
there's the tick for Arrow, so Efim knows even more where Arrow is right now.
On Arrow's side, you don't have any information on where Efim is, so you need to play it safe. And yeah, he does not do Grabless Presidential Suite to go for some progress. Probably to rush some Summit and Reflection access. We see Arrow going for the three cassettes.
Yep, good play here.
Yep. I do think if you're planning on getting the cassette for Blue Red Any Resort, uh, maybe you should have gone for the Blue Heart already.
Yeah, true. I think that
But
was a bit of a misplay by Arrow.
that's not a bad play because you still don't know if FM is just behind you in Huge Mess and might lock you out of the order. So
Yeah.
I don't fully disagree with leaving the heart behind.
Yeah, especially because you can, to be fair, you can, there is another mess order, so Arrow could be thinking, if Efim doesn't get that mess order, I can go back, get that mess order, and also get the heart. So there's that. Okay, now Arrow knows where Efim is.
Yeah, and plays a Grabless Presidential Suite. So that's gonna be another objective down. I don't think we're gonna see the berry collects. Yeah, no. All collectibles in 3A, it's definitely not in Arrow's mind right now, which I agree with is a really long objective, and you don't need to spend time on it right now.
Would at least hope Arrow goes for the final 2 berries in Sweet, because they are late in, and also they're not too bad with Grabless. Just like preparing a little, not only for all collectibles, but also for 45 berries.
That's true.
So I would like to see that play, but may not be confident. The berries Grabless. Alright, nice.
He does get
That's
them.
one.
I like this.
Oh yeah, Efim is at over double Arrow's berries though. Arrow does not have a lot of berries.
Yeah, the 2 1-ups definitely put him a bit ahead with focus.
Yeah, that's true actually. I forgot about those. Alright, and there we go. Should be ticking Grabless Suite any second now. Or maybe not actually, because it would be good to delay this.
He knows 3A got skipped.
Yeah, I do like this play actually.
Oh, Arrow. Oh, and Arrow skips 4A.
Interesting. Maybe trying
Interesting.
to. Oh, and Arrow will. If Arrow continues 5A, Arrow may be able to get these 5A objectives because it looks like Efim is.
That's
oh no, never mind.
Start, which Efim does not get.
Yeah, Efim just goes to Arrow going for the all berries and start possibly.
I don't know what Efim is gonna do, but depending on his decisions, Arrow might catch up to the 45 berries with this.
Yeah, but yeah, I think Efim just wanted to get that for a quick B side, but is
Yeah.
going to do the 5A play. All right, and now there's the tick. A little bit delayed. Not bad.
So, what are the next objectives to contest? After Arrow is done with 5 arb start, FM is probably going to be in search.
Yeah, probably something around there. Oh.
Oh.
Oh, unlocking, unraveling, then
Yeah.
doing the B side? Oh. Question mark? Oh,
Oh,
all
I
berries
think
in chasm.
I
Okay,
think
I
this is.
like this.
Oh, yeah.
I like this play.
FM does not know. I mean, on FM's side, I would suspect Arrow is in 4A, which is actually not the case. But it's a quick objective to wait and try to get a bit of information on where Arrow is. So I don't dislike this.
So, why don't you go for this berry first? Just restart, get this berry, then restart chapter, maybe?
Yeah,
What I'm
probably. Yeah,
assuming.
since he entered in Chasm, the restart chapter is quick to get the left side berry.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, and arrow. Yeah,
He
let's see
might
what the
get the cassette as well. Yeah. Oh.
let's see what the berry count comparison is. Arrow's at 9, I believe. A fame is at
We see
what? Oh, the berry count
23,
is a lot
24
closer
at the end
now.
of Chasm. And
Yeah.
yeah, so there's about 5 berry difference from now. And FM is going to be in Unraveling. Oh, is that?
Is that it for arrow? Or did they not get the ones in this? The top left one?
Oh, they did get all the berries in Chasm. I think.
Or
This
I
is
meant
just
start. Sorry, I meant start. Yeah. Okay, and there's the tick by arrow. Okay. So that's information for a theme now.
Yeah. Okay, so we see 22 on Arrow, 21 berries on Arrow's side, and 24 for FM. So they're really close, and FM is in Unraveling, which is a pretty long period without berries, pretty much.
Yeah,
So
just one
Arrow
berry and
could contest
unraveling.
the 45 berries. We see Arrow rushing towards the end of 5A.
Yeah, not even getting the
considering
cassette.
Becky.
Yeah, I'm curious what Arrow's play is going to be once the theme ticks grabs unraveling off. A theme could delay it by like maybe 30 seconds to help him out a little bit if he wants to risk that.
Yeah. If he kept track of where Arrow was approximately after the 5 arb start, then he knows he can delay a bit.
Okay, cassette for some B-sides, it looks like. And yeah, it looks like the theme is delaying a little bit. Okay.
Yeah. I would have liked to see FM get the cassette while getting the berries, but
Yeah.
it's not too big a time loss.
Now, if theme over delays here, this could be very good for Arrow.
Yeah. We see FM in 1B, so this is a play for binos and besides. I think FM should be at 6 binos if he got the other 2 binoculars in 4A, or
I don't
at
know if
least
he
they are
got either
very
of them
quick to get.
actually. Yeah, I think he's only at
He
4
might not
still.
have gotten it, but he can get them very quickly. So after finishing 1B, he will have 8 binos. Now. Oh yeah. Oh, and that's what bino in 5 chapters actually. Oh, and that's also why he went to the 5A cassette.
Oh, true. Okay. Is
So really good play from
oh,
FM.
is Arrow gonna steal it? This is gonna be close.
Yeah, Arrow might just get it. Just a few rooms away from the end of Unraveling.
Last room. Oh, this is gonna come down to it. Oh, you can't choke this Arrow.
Does FM realize that Arrow is doing this objective? Because
Yes,
FM
I'm just
knows
forgetting
Arrow
that
got the
this is
tempo.
way too long of a delay. Okay, Arrow, please don't delay it now. Arrow.
And Arrow delays it as well.
Arrow. Someone take it, please.
Oh, and Arrow takes
And
it.
Arrow got it. Okay. All right,
So
time for a
that's another
search
delay
key.
for FM. And now it's not looking good for FM because Arrow caught up in progress. So
Oh, why is that an RTM? No, you're not gonna win this. This is a bad
Oh,
play from
no.
Efim. You're not winning this. And yeah, Arrow ticks it. Is he just trying to contest 5A completion now? But yeah,
this or
Arrow's...
just getting.
Yeah, this is looking really good for
Has
Arrow all of a sudden.
Has Arrow disabled Grabless? Yes.
Yeah. Just struggling a bit with this. But yeah,
Okay.
unless Efim has a really good rescue, this is looking very good for Arrow for complete 5A.
Yeah. So Arrow is gonna win the 5A race.
And we also got to look. Arrow is heavily advantaged to. No, I wouldn't say heavily
Resolve.
advantaged to Mess and Pico. Those Theme could get, but heavily advantaged to all collectibles in 3A and Blue and Redden's Resort.
Yeah. And
But
so yeah.
three B sides and 6 heart is closer to a theme, and anyone
Yeah.
can get 12 berries in 2A. That one is still there.
Well, both players will have pretty much the same progress towards Summit and Reflection, since they're both gonna finish Temple close to each other. Arrow is gonna get the objectives, however, and has a bit more objectives with 3A than FM does with the B-sides and Hearts.
Yeah.
So
Arrow's
I think
3B
Arrow
may
is
not
in a
be
bit
confident.
Yeah,
He may
Arrow
not
is
be
in a bit of a
confident.
better position, but it's not unwinnable for FM by any means.
And Efim is actually catching up a little bit here, yeah.
Yeah, FM is much more at ease in rescue than Arrow is, but I think
Arrow's in-
Arrow's lead is gonna be enough to.
Just can't delay this. Can't delay this.
Oh yeah, absolutely cannot delay.
Oh my, wait, this is actually really
Thing is-
close.
Yeah. The thing is, Arrow doesn't know FM is in Temple, whereas FM definitely knows Arrow is going for Mirror Temple 5A. So
Who's
we
gonna
might
get
see
it?
a...
Oh, Efim gets it! What?
It turns orange!
What? Arrow should have ticked it. No, that's so unfortunate. It showed up. It was claimable like 5 seconds before Efim ticked it. Oh, that's so unfortunate for
Very
Arrow.
unfortunate.
Oh no.
That puts FM back in the game because now
Yeah,
they're
that really
pretty much
does.
tied in terms of objectives they have and have progressed towards. So we see Arrow going to Summit. Is Arrow gonna snipe the 8 binos? Oh no, FM. Did FM get both binos in 1B? I didn't catch it because FM definitely has 8 binos available with the second one in
Yeah.
1B and the 2 he didn't get in 4A. But Arrow, so Arrow took the bino in 2A. I didn't catch if they got the ones in 4A. Wait, actually no, they skipped 4A, so no. They're very far from 8 binos actually.
Right, and Efim is about to get all berries in, or 12 berries in 2A.
Yep.
Right, yeah, that's only Arrow's second bino, but there's a lot of binos in Summit.
Yeah,
501k have
3 in
what?
500 and 4 in 1K.
Yeah. So Arrow had one bino
Wait, but that's
before.
7, so yeah.
Yeah,
That's
Arrow
enough to
can
get
steal
to
8
8.
binos. That's really bad for Efim.
FM still has time to go back to 4A and get the 2 binos, but if he didn't get the one in 1B, I think Arrow snipes it.
Yeah. Oh, and another thing we got to take into account for the core objective is, do the players know the ice skip for the berry? Because if not, that is a very... That objective is much...
time loss.
Yeah, it's probably like, what, 45 seconds slower if you don't know it?
Yeah.
All right, so the game is tied, but I do think Arrow has the advantage here. With basically the resort objectives and now having progress to the summit objectives.
Those are players that are susceptible to know the skip, but might not, and also might not be confident in it. Because I know, for instance, yesterday in Epic versus Ads game, I believe, one tried the skip a couple of times, but then gave up on it and went the casual route because they were not confident.
Yeah, okay.
So we don't know. Oh, and
FM there's 8 binos. All right, FM is ahead in objectives. Oh, okay, Pocket. So FM does know I skip, but still, I would say even if it takes you like, I don't know, 6, 7 attempts, it's still time save.
Yeah.
All right, what is Arrow doing here?
A handful of time because it.
Reflection. Oh, reflection cutscene and hollows. Okay, yeah. This is like, and it also is a pretty quick heart. If you're getting the reflection cutscene.
Yeah, you just need to know the dash code.
Yep. Yeah, I don't memorize the whole dash code. I just memorize the 1A dash code and then just like do it in my head, which sometimes can be annoying, but yeah.
Same thing, but once you've done it a couple of times, you remember the mental gymnastic to translate it fast enough. And a good thing to know as well is it's faster to stand in the water because you can dash faster than if you just do it on the ground.
Oh, true. All right. Theme is going for hearts now, it looks like.
Yeah, I think FM is going for core. Core and progress towards 6 hearts. We know he has 2 hearts with 1B and 2B, so with this 4A heart, that's 4. So that looks like going to core.
Yeah. Yeah, it is a unique 6A cutscene.
Yeah.
Okay,
it's pretty hidden.
Oh, what is this? Come on, sunk cost fallacy, Efim. Come on, you can't quit on it. What do you mean? You gotta keep going even if it takes you like a minute. Wow.
Being a player being reasonable, I can't.
SMH.
So we see Arrow continuing with the summit progress. Probably going to get 2k berries and the cassette, I think. But I hope not going to 7B already after the cassette, because that would be a big investment. Alright, so is Arrow getting the cassette?
Alright, let's see if Efim goes for this. Oh, that's an
But
interesting
what?
way to... I've never seen it done that way.
Well, I know about that, but I don't see it really often because
Yeah, I just
it's
dash.
really not that consistent.
Yeah, I just dash into the side of the block from the ground.
Yeah, the the block boosted hyper is
Yeah,
usually much more consistent.
interesting. And yeah, it's harder to get all the speed. I didn't
Yeah,
see.
because
Did Arrow get the cassette?
I didn't catch it.
Okay,
That says yes.
Arrow did. Okay.
But yeah, it looks like with this version of the skip, it's really precise for getting an ultra on the last
Oh.
dash.
Okay, now just
Okay,
waiting.
does he get the way back? Okay, doesn't hit the fireball.
Nice.
So FM gets the berry.
All right,
Fantastic.
this is close, but Arrow does have an advantage to a lot of Summit and 3A object. Oh, okay. I would like to see Arrow quit out at 2K here for Pico and possibly
For
Mass Order,
Pico,
but
yeah.
I don't think he will because of how close he will be to the 2K berries.
Yeah. Oh, return to map. Is he going
Nice.
to
All right,
result?
3A. Oh, this is
Oh,
so good. Okay.
you love to see
Very
it.
good for Arrow. Wow.
Good reads.
All right.
So that's, I'm guessing Pico and then trying to get the mess.
Yeah,
The
go,
mess
no,
order
go to
Oh,
Pico.
that's not Pico. That's mess order with heart first.
Interesting. I'm not sure I like this.
Mm, I mean,
Pico's
if
the quicker objective.
Arrow is going to result because he thinks FM is getting there, which is the case. And in this case, both objectives are about in the same time frame and place. So it's kind of a conflict to knowing which one FM is gonna try first. But the mess order does get progress for the rest of the chapter, which Pico does not.
We know the player's berry counts. Arrow's at 26. Efim, I think, is at a good amount more because of the 12 in 2A.
All right, yeah, he was at
36. Okay,
yeah.
So 10 ahead.
He was at 24 before the 2A.
Oh, quitting. What? Question mark?
Temple B?
Yeah, well, Arrow
looks like
gonna win these two objectives, and yeah, this will be. I mean, this will be Arrow's fifth heart. So, or not Arrow's fifth heart, Efim's fifth heart.
Yeah, I don't like this 5 play too much because
Yeah.
What FM is doing here is because he's scared that Arrow might get close to 3B sides, but I think if you've paid attention enough, you know that Arrow skipped 4A, and you know that Arrow went to the end of Temple A, so he didn't have time to do B sides already.
Yeah.
So FM is definitely getting the 3B sides objective, but he's also getting behind on, well, Pico and the mess order, which he could have contested. So I don't like playing 5B right now. I think I would have liked better to first do huge mess and after huge mess return to map for 5B.
Yeah, that probably would have been better. I agree.
Also, yeah, a chat points out second chest for Arrow for the berries.
But yeah, Efim can get to 11 pretty easily here with the 45 berries, 6 hearts, and 3 B sides. but almost every other objective Arrow has the advantage
Yeah.
towards. So this is gonna be really tough for Efim to win.
Because Arrow is probably going to do Pico after the mass order. Has progressed towards all collectibles in 3 that Efim doesn't because he didn't get all the berries in start.
Yeah,
And
true.
has more progress in Summit. And also 3B cassette for blue red in result. So this looks like pretty much a winning position for Arrow. Unless Efim gets some really good reads and lockouts.
No, Pico! Pico! Get the Pico!
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 I think that's Summit. Yeah, that's 2k berries. Which is fine, I think, because for all you know, Efim might be doing Pico right now.
Yeah, that's fair. It's just such a short objective. Like, you get
Yeah,
locked out,
outside
it's
is
not that bad. Old
old
side's so
side
quick to
or
get to.
5 berries in Pico are really quick objectives. So it's fine to get locked out of them.
Right, Efim entering Mixmaster.
Return to map
Pico? Question.
for
Berries?
berries,
Ooh,
going for
45 berries.
berries. Okay.
What? No, I'm not going for 45 berries. Okay,
Oh yes, but it's
question.
nothing.
Question
Okay.
mark?
Oh, no, that's the heart. That's berries plus the 1A heart, I think.
Oh,
We
true.
get both berries and
But
6 hearts.
you want to get the 3 B-sides first, because...
Yeah, if you're going for 5B, complete 5B first.
Yeah, what? This is just a waste of time
But
because more menuing.
playing crossing for the berries in the hearts is a correct play, but you do it after 5B. Meanwhile, we see Arrow coming up to the 2k seeded berry.
Right, and Arrow's almost all berries in 2K.
Yeah. So that will be 10-9 for Efim when he finishes Temple. And oh yeah, that's 11-9 even because he gets the 45 berries. But now, with 3 B-sides, 45 berries and 6 hearts out of the board, there's really not much left for Efim.
Yeah, that's why Arrow really needs to get Pico here. Because that would... If Efim gets Pico here, then that's only one...
Pico is
then
the last
Efim just has to steal one of Arrow's objectives, and that's it.
Pico is the last nail in the coffin, but I think Arrow can still win even without it.
Yeah, it's just a lot riskier.
So yeah, that's all berries 2k. Here you
Yeah,
return to map and
Efim...
go to Pico.
Ooh, is Efim gonna...
Pico or 3B.
Just getting the first Old Trail Bear, I think. I think Efim barely wins 45.
Yeah.
Pico? Pico? Pico! Pico! Pico!
Oh,
Wait.
Arrow is going for 45, I think.
Oh, I think Efim wins this. Yeah, Efim
Yeah,
just has to
Efim
get
is
one berry
definitely
now.
ahead.
Only by a few berries. Yeah, just get this first cliff face berry, or the second technically, but...
Yeah, the first is so long.
Okay, give us a Pico race. We want the content.
We see
We want the
40
content.
for Arrow, so it's actually not that far.
Pico race. Pico race.
And we see 45 ticked, so Arrow should return to map. Efim finishes Temple.
Please get
So
Pico
this
arrow
gets
bounce. Thank you.
3B.
I'm so mad right now. Why is Pico? Oh my god. Why is?
Oh, and Efim goes for Pico now.
What is going on?
A good decision for Efim. Medium decision for Arrow.
So
Getting
angry
Pico
right
for
now.
Arrow just closes the game out.
The fact Pico is even still on the board with what's happened this game so far is wild, and the fact Arrow isn't getting it is. I'm just.
I think Arrow is just doing this because he doesn't want to get locked out of Pico after going for it.
Yeah, Arrow is like
Which
asserted dominance in 7A, being like, I got my progress here, fear
Oh,
me.
and I don't know if he got the cassette already, but even if he didn't, he's ahead for 7B as well.
Yeah. And also all collectibles in 3A.
So,
But yeah, if
so
Arrow
yeah, we
gets
know-
this, what could he skip? Let's see. So if Arrow gets
So we know
this, I feel like what would be the quickest skip? All collectibles in 3A or all berries 3K? I feel like all
Arrow
berries
has
3K would be. Sorry, go ahead. Keep interrupting you.
Arrow has 11 with all berries 3K and 7B 2K basically. And FM has 11 with 6 hearts and 3 B-sides. Even 12 with Pico now. So Arrow can't really just leave anything.
Yeah, Arrow has to get everything. That's why
Anymore.
Pico was so necessary there. Because then
Yeah.
Arrow wouldn't
Pico-
have to get one of them.
Pico allowed you to completely rule out all collectibles 3A and rush Summit and finish with Summit.
Yeah.
Whereas now, Arrow has to play all collectibles in 3A and the Summit stuff, which maybe...
Which they don't synergize whatsoever
if I-
at this point.
Yeah, if he
They're
isn't
completely
fast enough for it, FM could hard target one of them, and if it's not the one Arrow is going for, might just lock Arrow out of it. So there's a chance for FM to win if he gets the correct read. I think at this point, for Arrow, you should return to map as soon as you enter a new checkpoint and go for 3A full clear. Because you know FM doesn't have access towards 3B.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's gonna be a 3A full clear race. Let's see if Arrow wins it. We know Arrow has the huge mess full clear and already has the cassette. So that's... oh, and he does have the last 2 berries of Presidential Suites.
I don't think it would be, because Afim doesn't want to risk getting into 7A because Afim knows Arrow has a lot of progress in there.
Yeah.
This also has been a pretty decent 3B. Gonna be just over 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Okay, so now Arrow needs to go to 3A full clear. Okay, and he does go for it. In theory, Arrow should get it and then close out the game with Summit.
Yeah. Because I think even if Arrow goes for 3K first, then Afim wouldn't be able to win 2K. And actually, I don't know. That would actually be close. If it would be the smart play for Arrow to go 2K and 7B first.
I think the losing play for Arrow is going for 3K before
First,
finishing
yeah.
3A full clear.
No, or going for it before 7B 2K. I feel like 3K is the safer last objective, because going 2K and 2K is an earlier objective than 3K.
Yeah, 2K7B is earlier to get to than catching up with Arrow in 7A.
Yeah.
I just hope for Arrow he's not gonna do 2.5k and 3k before finishing 3A start. We've seen plays like these, but I hope it's not gonna happen. Okay, and that's elevator shaft for Arrow in a few seconds. And Efim is a bit behind for elevator shaft and also has to do all of start and presidential suite.
Yeah, you are
So,
right. This is a
yeah.
very good match. We love the content
Yeah.
matches.
The 5A lockout was incredible.
Yeah, that was very unfortunate for Arrow. Arrow just had to tick that sooner.
Okay, so yeah, Arrow is going to finish 3 full clear, so that should be a win for them.
Well, we don't know. It could come down
Unless the I think the only way for FM to win would be to go for Summit right now and go for bet on going for 3k was while Arrow is going for 7B 2k.
Yeah, I would have liked to see a theme multitask here because when you're at 12, it's better to just multitask. So if you get locked
Yeah.
out of something that the other play, because usually you hard commit to something when you're behind in points.
Yeah, because if you just play the multitasking game, the winning player only needs one here, FM, whereas Arrow needs to get all three. So if FM, with with the added thing that 2k and 3k berries are objectives that synergize, so they kind of count as only 1.5 objective. But if FM multitasks here, he increases his chance of sniping one from Arrow, which would win him the game. Okay, and Arrow is only missing 4 berries in start now. So he should be done in about a minute.
Yeah, this is because Arrow has every other berry besides these few, right?
Yeah. He only
Yeah.
has this one and the 2 next ones left. Every other collectible has been obtained.
Arrow can't go 3k here. Yep, there's the tick. Arrow cannot go 3k here.
Do you have time to do all berries in 3k before FM gets the
No,
cassette?
it's not worth it. Yes. Okay. Yep.
Oh, and Arrow did have the cassette already, so yeah.
Yeah, and even if he didn't, it still would have been not that bad to get like maybe 30 seconds at most.
Because yes,
Without, like,
7D
death.
is shorter than 7A, and Arrow only needs to reach 2k in 7B, while FM needs to complete 2K in 7A to catch up.
Yeah.
So unless Arrow has trouble with 7B, he should be ahead after completing this objective. We see both of them in the orb room, just not the same one.
Yeah, a lot of this will depend on Arrow's
Yeah.
1500. 1500 is a tricky checkpoint in 7B.
Because we see that FM is quite confident in 7A.
Yeah, and it's not like you get a lot of practice in bingo of 7B. If anything,
Yeah, no.
you may be going to 7B for binos, but in 500, but you rarely get to 1500 in bingo. Right, if Fame's an
see-
orb before Arrow.
FM is getting a bit ahead in terms of sections.
But if Fame has to get over a checkpoint ahead. But if
But
they
it does
both
have-
enter... Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, but FM does have one more checkpoint he has to do than Arrow to catch up. So even if Arrow lags a bit behind, he has a bit of leeway.
Yeah, that's true. But if both enter 2500 around the same time, with how this game has gone so far, I could see a Fame winning. Because I feel like overall a Fame has slightly better execution.
Yeah. But they do enter 1K at the same time, so I can see Arrow having at least half a checkpoint of the lead when he enters 7A. And FM after 1K is gonna come up to 1.5K, which is one of the longer sections in 7A, apart from 3000 meters. So I think Arrow is gonna get it.
But Arrow didn't know what Efim was going for here. So for
Yeah.
all Arrow's aware, Efim could also be in 7B. So I don't know if because Efim does not know Efim, or Arrow does not know Efim was in 3K. It's been a pretty
Arrow
close
doesn't know
game
if it's Summit progress, but
so far. Even though it looks like Efim has the advantage, Arrow has 2500 unlocked. So if Arrow just gets to 2K here, then it looks pretty good for him.
you know what's crazy? This game is gonna come down to the grabless unraveling over delay.
Oh, yeah. That is true. If Efim didn't do that, then Efim may have won this game. I mean, you do gotta think, even though, yeah, Efim would have been at 13, Arrow may have played differently, or both players may have played differently, so you never know.
They
but yeah.
probably would have played differently, but yeah.
Alright, that room's one of the hardest in 7B. Arrow got through it pretty quickly.
Though to be fair, you could also have an argument for the 5A lockout, which was really close as well. So Arrow gets it.
Oh, and Efim gets the cassette. Oh, that's some time. That's a waste of time by Efim.
And he returns to map right after the cassette, so he also needs to replay the first few rooms.
Arrow, what are you doing? Okay, what was Arrow doing there?
He's taking the red bubble straight to 3K.
Yep, just going straight up to 3K. But yeah,
that would be a crazy shortcut.
It's not Arrow over. Arrow could miss a later on berry, but it is looking very good for Arrow here. And yeah, this game was very good so far.
I could see him forget the flag. What is it, 18 berry? I have forgotten this berry once. But even then, he probably has enough time that he should be able to find it. I don't think 3000 meters is a long enough section for FM to catch up, even if he does have a lead in execution. Even if the last berry is in flag 4, it's just not long enough for FM to have time to do 2 full checkpoints more than Arrow.
Yeah.
And that's where FM multitasking with during the 3A full clear rush would have been helpful. I mean, could have been helpful, because we saw that FM tried to go for 2K first. So maybe even if he had summit progress, he would have gone 2K and got locked out of it, and it would have been the same anyway.
But yeah, it looks like Arrow being the underdog here, because Arrow was third in Group B when Efim was first in Group A. So I wonder if that will happen again next match. Which would also be cool to see a grand finals of the players that haven't played each other, because Efim has played CVZ and Arrow has played Ad. So
We see Arrow pausing to check if he got all the berries.
yeah, just gotta be safe.
I think that's 3 berries left now in 3K. Wait, I remember my 3K berries. No, that's only 2, isn't it?
4 left, yeah.
There's 1 on flag 18.
Yeah, there's 4 left.
4. Oh my god, trust me, I know all the berries in the game.
So yeah, that was only 3 berries, and there's 7 in 3K.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, 3 are down draft, 3 in up draft, and the flag up. So yeah, you got 2 back-to-back coming up.
Oh yeah, those were the ones I forgot.
That berry, the flag 16 berry, is so nerve-wracking in 7A full clear golden. It's so nerve-wracking.
Oh yeah.
I remember labbing strats for that berry for like half an hour because I was so nervous I was gonna die to it.
Oh yeah.
I don't think I did actually at
that.
all. But yeah, if Arrow misses... Wait, no, there's nothing left for Arrow to miss, right?
There's only the berry in flag 4 now.
Yeah, what? Yeah.
FM is barely at the start of 3K, so I don't see Arrow losing this game.
Yeah, surely we don't see a return to map, right? Surely.
I don't even know why you'd return to map.
Just on accident, you know? Definitely on accident, not for the content. Who would want content?
Yeah.
I mean, nobody wants content, right?
Imagine the death loop on flag 4 ARB demo.
So true, yeah. You gotta do the flag for any percent demo, then the ARB demo. Right? Will we see the any percent demo? Surely.
Surely.
Aw, now go for
No
ARB demo.
demo.
Yeah. ARB demo. Aw.
No,
Hey, I was in
Hold
intermediate
on.
and I was doing that pocket, but I was an exception. I did Lake Skip and Blue division of the first BTA, so GG.
GG.
GG. That was a really good game. Wow. And Arrow, arguably being the underdog here, wins.
Yeah.
Wow. That was really good. Damn. And yeah. So, Arrow will be moving to the finals. And up next, we got Ad versus CVZen. Me and Serenalink are staying on comms for just this last match. And then whoever wins this will win the finals. Or, yeah, surely, whoever wins this will win the
We'll
finals.
be in the finals first.
Yeah,
but maybe
yeah,
win.
definitely. Yeah, possibly win. I would like to see a new matchup. I would like to see CVZen playing Arrow here. I'm definitely not saying that because I'm friends with CVZen. I would never be biased.
Definitely not.
Nah. No, but even if I had, I'm friends with that too. But like, I would personally like to see a new matchup this tournament, one that we haven't seen yet.
It's cool to see new people.
Yeah, new people playing each other. But yeah, I'm excited for this match. It's gonna be a good one.
So this match, it was Ad that was first of her group and CVZen second, right?
I think Ad won all three,
Or is
right?
it the other way?
No, CVZen did get second. I think Ad won all three matches. Yeah,
Okay.
Ad won all three matches, so it's gonna be rough. And then CVZen was 2-for-1. Only lost to Theme, I believe.
Okay, we will see if CVZen can get the upset.
But yeah, Ad did very good in two of the matches. Ad beat Tomato 13-5 and Arrowbounce 13-7. But then Epic versus Ad was 11-13. So Ad won that one, but not by a lot. So we will see.
Oh no, FN. But also you ticked Mirror Temple A right as Arrow finished it. So you finished at the same time there. So it was also Lockout, but the other way.
Yeah, you finished it like 2 seconds after. Your theme, the raid. What? Who could have seen this?
No, Arrow. You can't breathe in bingo. You're not allowed to breathe.
Yeah, but
anyway, GG both players.
Yeah, GG to both of
Was
you.
a really
Very,
good game.
yeah, very good game. All right, while we wait, I'm going to be back in a few minutes. I just need to go to the bathroom and fill up my water. So I'll be back.
So Chad, who do you want to win in this second semifinal? Type 1 for Ad and 2 for CVZen. Okay, I see a lot of 2. So a lot of people for the upset. And to see, I guess, a new matchup in finals. Because Ad is a player we're pretty used to seeing in bingo. Yeah, Arrow had 41 berries, I think, when the 45 berry stick happened. So it was a close one as well. I mean, that's a good reason to root for them, Evelyn.
All right, I am back with a cat.
Cat.
Wonder if she'll meow at
Meow.
all. You gonna meow? No, you're not talking to me right now. Unfortunate. She's the talker. She's just shy. She doesn't want to talk on stream. She's scared.
Does she want to commentate the match?
You want to commentate? Yeah? You want to watch bingo? She has watched a parrot stream with me for like 5 minutes before on my lap. She was watching parrot. It was so funny. Okay, bye, Zadina. Oh, now she talks as soon as I turn noise suppression back on. Wow. I don't know if anyone could hear that.
We did not, but yeah, cats.
Yeah, let me send a good
They
cat.
really just do things their way.
Let me send a good cat picture in general. This isn't from today, but this is a cute cat picture if you look in general in Celeste community events.
Aww.
My hat is the one on the right, Zadina, and then her brother Zach on the left. He's mean.
Well, on this picture, they look cute.
Yeah. They were sleeping together.
EP. So yeah, while you were away, I asked a bit chat who they wanted to see win, and a lot of CVZen fans.
Ooh, okay. And yeah, I would like to note CVZen got inspired by Bingo from the beginner bash not that long ago, and the fact that CVZen's in
Oh.
semifinals and intermediate is crazy. Like CVZen has popped off.
Strong
Unless I'm
start.
being clueless, I think. Unless if CVZen has played Bingo before this, I don't think so. Histon Golden Buff, true.
Yeah, because they did join only like 3 weeks ago.
Oh, to the
The
Discord?
Celeste community server. Yeah.
Oh wow. Yeah, so the fact that she's in the semis is really good. That's crazy. Like even just joining 3 weeks ago and making it to beginner semis is good, but intermediate, like that's crazy. Yeah, that's the yeah, it's for fun. It's good. But yeah, right now I got one of those drinks, like it's like a Japanese drink, and you like it's like a soda, but you like pop the you like pop a ball in to carbonate it. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Probably not. It's a weird thing.
I think I've heard of things like it, but never actually seen one.
You like push down a ball with like a thing, and then it stays at the top of the drink. Oh, it made us goofy noise.
We heard that one.
Yeah, I swear that wasn't me. That wasn't me. I promise. That was the
Not
drink.
real pop.
Hello, Chris.
Banger results? Well, all I know is if you watch yesterday's Ad versus Epic game, you're probably gonna love it.
Oh
Do
yeah,
we
we can pull up
yesterday
the.
results?
Yeah, are we able to pull up the matches, like
Yeah.
the matches for Group A and B yesterday? If you're able to, Isaac, or I don't know if we're about to start.
I think players are still getting ready.
Oh, you don't have a crop for that, just bracket. Okay, I can quickly go over it's a few matches, but like, what were the close ones? We had a really close match. Isaac beat Efim 13-11. CVZen beat the
Yeah.
man 13-12. That's a really close one. Those are the close matches for Group A. And then Group B, let's see.
That was
Epic and
Ad versus
Ad
Epic.
was, yeah, it's 11-13, Ad winning that. And apparently that was a really good match. There was a, from what I know,
Yeah,
there was
really
a
close one.
GSA into Reprieve in 6B, which is crazy for intermediate. Like both players that late into 6B being like equal in time is really cool. So yeah, it'd be cool if that gets restreamed on the main channel, like at a later point. Yeah, let's go bingo. We all love bingo. Who doesn't love bingo?
We all love bingo.
True, true,
Lingy!
bingy. Oh yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, that'd be cool if we did that pocket.
I think both players are ready and set,
Yep, I
and the
think we
match is
should.
gonna start soon.
I think we should be swapping scenes any moment now.
Yep.
Who's excited for the second semifinal? Yeah.
Yeah! More bingo!
Yeah, here we go. Three nine three nine three nine ding. What is
Okay, and we
TVZen?
see
What
the
is that?
board. So what do we see on the board? What are the early objectives?
What do we
Dashless crossing.
talk to Theo in
That's not a
crossing?
cool one.
Talk to Theo in
There's
crossing.
3 1-ups.
Ooh, true.
I'd love to see a 3-up in 1A play.
Nah, we want the 3-up and 3A. We gotta shout out random name.
Yeah.
All berries in chasm as well. Okay.
So there's
Interesting. Yeah, winged
a
golden
lot of
first pass would
objectives in
be
1A.
winged golden first pass would be so goofy.
At Topology Goddess.
Nah, 3A 1-up is hard, but 3A 3-up is free. That's how it
Trolling.
works, trust me. We do see all berries and
Yeah.
into the core again. Stun Seekers 20 times. Ooh, big berry objectives. We got 75 berries and 15 and 5. Those synergize very well together.
Oh yeah.
You rang? No shot. So goofy. Oh no,
Perfect.
CVZ! No! What happened?
Not the brawl of death.
CVZ, no!
Jumped too
What
early
did you
and didn't hit the
do?
captain trigger.
El Mal.
Alright, we got a bit of Bino synergy. We have 2 Binos in 4 and 1 Bino in 5.
Oh yeah,
As
that
well
is
as
some good bonus energy.
there
Two
are a few
B-sides and
objectives in
two blue.
Summit.
Two B-sides and two blue, two red does synergize well together.
Yeah.
Alright, CVZen, winged golden first pass. You got this. Let's see it.
I do not believe it.
No! Does Ad
The
play
same
with
as I
this
do
board
not
on the
believe it.
whole time?
Oh yeah.
How
Ad just
Ad?
constantly has the board up.
Ad, why?
What? Don't tell me Ad is okay. No, Ad is not playing Dashless Crossing. Can we see Chasm Berries? I don't think so, because Chasm Berries first pass is a bit too big of a commitment. You lose a bit of progress. Oh well.
Oh, I
Ad
think we
Ad
are
actually
seeing them from
does
Ad.
it.
And CVZen does not. Okay. Now CVZ has the lead. Yeah, I could see anti-progress working here.
Yeah. We have a lot of berry objectives. And there are a lot of pretty independent objectives, yeah. Now, what chapter do you skip here? What do you have in result? You have Grabless Suite, Grabless Mess.
IMO, we see the site skip. Yeah.
Oh my god, the...
I mean, what is the... I mean, there's all
skip.
collectibles in 2A, I guess, unfortunate. Yeah, I could see resource
But
skip
it's a
working
long
out.
objective. It's a long objective to go for. It does synergize with the 15 in 5 and 75 berries, but...
Alright, there's all berries and Chasm Tick. CVZ now knows she's ahead.
Yeah, I agree with a 5 escape here. You don't really get much out of it. There's the Seekers and berries. If you're playing 5A matters if you're playing 1 Bino in 5.
Era, that's so goofy. Yeah, probably no. Yeah.
Probably no.
Of course.
So we see the all berries in chasm ticked by Ad.
One
So
bingo. I
Steven knows
love one bingo
he's
in
ahead.
5.
One bingo in 5, yeah.
Yeah, that is true, Pocket. Theo and Crossing would be good for Ad here.
Yeah, that's reasonable. So Stevie then knows she's gonna be ahead. So I think I'd like to see Result and Grabless Mess.
3 up into it. Yeah, that's true, but yeah.
It's not a... It's not an easy one though.
I mean, we could always see the 3 up attempt in 4A. That is, 3 up and start is a thing. It's a bit tricky, but you do have the first 2 berries in Shrine to save.
Yeah, I think he used the first 2 berries in Shrine and not all the start berries.
No, you don't. That'd be 10 berries. You can do it with all start berries.
Yeah, you can, but like
But-
the last start berry is scary.
Yeah,
when
that's
you're
true.
trailing all these berries. What do you mean, nah, it's not scary? When you can just afford to collect 1 while going to the 2 on the right and you get them easy chill.
Ooh, CV Zen getting this. Okay.
Oh. Well, Ad might just get ahead then for Result.
It's gonna be close.
We see Civizen just slightly ahead. But we could see Grabless Huge Mess get ticked by Ad if she has a better execution. And then we have GSA.
Oh, we really do, yeah. We love GSA. Ah, CV Zen, no, not the GSA. I can't believe Ad.
The
I
GSA is
cannot
rude.
believe Ad plays like this. This is crazy.
It's something. But playing Temple for the 1x9 5, but that's a big commitment for one objective and not much else, because with playing Temple you only get Seeker, the 20 Seeker stuns. And even if you want to play the parries with 15 in 5, you can just get them in start and depth. You don't need to go far into Temple. So yeah, the 5A play can be considered, but I generally consider Result to be safer on this board. And we see that Ed is playing Grabless Huge Mess, whereas Cvzen isn't, I think.
Oh, CV Zen is. You can see
Wait,
in the
actually,
top left.
yeah, she is actually, because we see her actually not grabbing.
An Ad going for hard order. It looks like we'll see CV Zen going for any percent order.
Ad going for the heart. So looking at how things are going, Citizen is probably going to get the Grabless Mess objective. Unless for some reason she delays. But I wouldn't delay here because with Theo in crossing, you know you're pretty much tied in progress, so there's no reason to delay the tick. What I wonder is, are players going to compete for Grabless Presidential Suite as well? Because Grabless Suite doesn't add a lot of difficulty to the checkpoints.
Yeah, true.
When we see the purple tick for Grabless Mess.
Yeah, it was actually really close.
And Ad has not disabled Grabless. Why?
What are you doing?
Is she just trying to save this menuing time to still do it for Sweet?
Add question mark?
I don't want to believe this.
No, why? That's a
Why now? Oh, and Citizen gets the cassette, so Ad is probably going to get Sweet, Grabless Sweet.
Never know, Citizen could exec check.
So 3 cassette is a play for 5 cassettes, but I don't know if you really care about this objective this early.
Yeah, I guess.
Because the shaft cassette is not that long to get back to, and you know you're probably contested on result. So if you're gonna try Presidential Suite as Citizen is, then you should not waste time on the cassette.
Yeah, that's true.
And this is gonna get at the objective, whereas Citizen might have got it otherwise because she was slightly ahead at the end of Huge Mess.
Yep, looks like Ad wins Grabless Suite.
And that's 2 each. And Citizen got the cassette and add the halt. So we will see how this plays out. That might that probably plays out a bit better for Citizen because of the cassette synergy.
Yeah.
But it's really not much. And we see Ad ahead, getting a slight lead, but that's still enough to lock out of an objective in 4A. Oh, we see a return to map from Citizen. Is that a second cassette? Oh, is that a 3-up?
Yo, 3-up time. Let's go.
I think that's a 3-up. Oh yeah, that's
Not quite how you do it, but yeah, surely.
yeah. Oh, she doesn't know the transition wall bounce for the first berry. Oh, unfortunate collect. Meanwhile, add with the block ultra. I think Ad is just rushing towards Crabless Cliff Face right now,
Yeah, probably.
which I don't dislike because with this she gets access to Summit and Reflection with the Temple Skip and she can go pretty much anywhere. So, is Civizen gonna stop at a 1-up with this first crossing berry, or... Because getting to later berries is hard. Okay, no, that's just a 1-up secured. Is she gonna try to get other 1-ups?
No, 15 and 5
Or
and
just
probably.
berries for 15 and 5?
Yeah.
Like,
Wait, heart for core to bear. I don't know if this is that great.
yeah, 15 in 5 and 75 total are on the board, so that's a good synergy. So we do see the blue hard for them. We see Ed got the Bino here in Cliff Face and turn on Grabless. So it looks like Ed is gonna try to play for the Binos. 8 Binos can be achieved very soon for her actually, because after finishing 4A, she's gonna be able to skip Temple to access Reflection and Summit. So she could get all Binos she needs in 501k. Now maybe she'd rather play for 2 Binos in 4. In which case, she'd probably want to play 7A Farewell and 2 short B-side to synergize with 2 blue to red.
Alright,
We
there's
see
the
the
Grabless
Grabless Cliff Face stick.
Yep.
And Civizen getting another 1-up. Trying to...
Does CVZ not realize you can get a triple 1-up, maybe? I don't know if CVZ realizes.
If it is that they don't know, or if it's that they are not confident.
Well, no, last time they went to the left berry, though. Maybe. I don't think she realizes you don't have to get 3 different 1-ups.
But the last time she had collected more berries, so she only had 4 behind.
No,
so
yeah, I know, but I mean,
one
she probably just would have...
She could have gotten the left one and the first crossing one, yeah, in that case.
Yeah, it's allowed to get the same 1-up 3 times. Wait, is it not? I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure it is.
Oh, it is. You just need...
Yeah, it's just a 1-up 3 times.
3 1-ups. Yeah.
Doesn't matter what berries you use to get them, yeah.
Anyway, you get it. So that's 3 1-ups, and we see add in reflection.
Interesting.
Maybe for cassette and 2 Binos in 4. Because the 2 Binos in 6B start make it a short chapter to get them in. And there's also one Bino in the 6A cassette room, so that's progress for one Bino in 5. So that looks like a pretty strong Bino play. And since Civizen quit out and didn't play 4A yet, I think Ad just gets them and will not be contested. Civizen looks like they're gonna go for 2A cassette right now. Yeah. So that's 2 cassettes for Civizen and 1 for Ad for now.
3 cassettes for CVZN.
Oh, Wing Golden?
Ooh, okay. Skipping 4A
Well,
possibly. It's
well,
4A
we're
is
gonna
good
see
for
if
15
Ad is
berries. Oh no, another winged golden. I think Ad
Does
wins.
Ad have
no,
a
never
good
mind.
1A dashless?
Oh, dashless crossing, trying to steal that. Okay.
Oh.
Oh, and CVZN hits that pretty quick.
It's gonna come down to the second crossing room. Is there one pretty RNG room?
No, they could know the pause buffer strat that makes it consistent. Nope, doesn't look like it.
Ad gets to crossing 2. So yeah, it's gonna come down to this room. I think the first one to clear this room just gets it because.
Oh.
Oh wait.
Yeah, I don't think Ad would put
Okay.
out if. I don't think Ad would put out if CVZN
They
takes
both
it first.
know crossing 6 setup. Ad knows it.
What is
I
CVZN
don't know
doing?
if
See, what was that? What was
that looked like an entry setup, but a slower one. But Ad messed up on entry, which can happen.
CVZN ticket.
And Civizen gets it.
Wow.
But Ad will continue because she's getting the full golden. So that's an objective that it's fine that she lost it, but it's still a bit sad that she lost a bit of time to doing the full wing golden.
That's winged golden is so quick. Like, is this gonna be sub 230?
Probably not with those deaths, but a very strong 1A dashless time. Oh, does she do the multi-boost?
Yeah, it's honestly easier if you just know how to do the pause buffer.
Yeah, rather than the pixel setup. It's mostly a matter of knowing the right frame to start the multi-boost.
Oh, there's
Sub
winged
3,
golden, Brad.
wing golden, so a
Yeah, that was
pretty strong time.
Yeah, that was very clean from Ad.
And she goes to 2A to get the cassette. Is this a 5 cassette race? Because Civizen loses it.
Maybe not.
Or maybe not if the... Oh, but no, she goes temple, so yeah. She could have gotten with the reflection cassette.
No, this cassette is quicker to get because CVZN doesn't have much 4A progress.
Yeah, no. And she quit out right after getting the cassette, so she hasn't unlocked Shrine.
Oh, I don't know if I like that, yeah.
I mean, she skipped 4A anyway. Right. So, like, she's probably not gonna return to 4A anyway.
For berries, though.
Yeah, could be for berries. Also,
And 8 binos.
denies the binos. So I don't know if I like this.
I don't think
playoff
anyone cheated,
4A.
Crab. I think you're good. No, everyone cheated. They are both banned from the tournament. Arrow bounces the winner. GG Arrow! Woo!
Congrats. But yeah, I think that's a 5 cassette play from CVZen, but I don't like it because you lose out on berries by quitting out of 4 start without even unlocking shrine. You lose out on the binos. And if you need to do a bet in reflection and summit, you also lose a lot of time because you need to complete temple instead of finishing 4A.
What do you mean replace commentary? What? I can't believe this.
I guess I'm getting a new co-commentator.
Wow, I'm the one guy. Okay, I see how it is.
That's
Wow.
toxic.
Right. So
In the
Susan's
meantime, we
gonna
see
continue.
Ad in 2B. She has pretty strong B sides. I think 3B is one of her strongest ones, but she definitely has a very good 2B as well. So I like the 2B play for 2B, 2 blue, 2 red, as well as complete 2B sides.
Yeah, it's true.
Also, progress for 2 binos in 4, since we know she has the 6A cassette. And she got 2 binos in 4A, so she's on 2 chapters done already. She can get 2 quick ones in 6B and also in Summit in 500 meters. So we know that Ad is getting 2 binos in 4, probably also 1 in 5. Oh, it looks like she's gonna go for 1B though, for 2 blue, 2 red. So she's probably gonna get 2 binos there. In which case, there's not really a point in going to 6B anymore. Oh, we see Citizen getting a lot of transitions here towards this blue heart.
Yeah, she just kept dashing up left immediately after, which isn't necessarily the best thing to do. You want to wait.
Yeah.
So I guess Ad just keeps the board up for like until she like fully knows it, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, shout out to Maxo.
That's so true.
But yeah, Ad is just basically anti-progressing. She's just doing objectives until she gets info on CVZen. Which is a reasonable play because she already has some access, and also I like Ad's play here. Already skipped temple, and she went to reflection to get a cassette.
Yeah, that is true. CVZen is also behind on progress. We'll say that so far in the match, this does not look great for CVZen. You can definitely tell that Ad has much more bingo experience for routing. What was that from CVZen? That's so goofy that happened. Rue, to be Dream Jumpless is a hype objective.
We see the 8 bino stick from Ad, and 1 in 5. Oh, it was already ticked.
Oh, we do need to tell that to Ad to put that in Psycho. Psycho is so silly. Season, you don't need the binos anymore. Oh wait, no, 2 and 4 still exists. I'm clueless.
Yeah, but Ad is definitely going to get it. I think what Phil did for CVZen really is the 4A skip after getting 4A cassette instead of completing 4A and finishing temple and skipping temple.
Oh, does Ad still need the blue hearts?
Yeah, but she got one already in result a while ago, but she did. And now she's gonna get the shrine one, so that's 9 objectives for Ad. I think? Does Citizen have 2 blue hearts? I don't think so. Yeah, no. Oh, and that was only the first B-side anyway, so...
Yeah, this game is looking very good for Ad.
Yeah.
Huge berries and
She...
Pico. Berries and
Yeah,
Pico.
berries in Pico, then there's the core berry she could get. She could do the 0 meter, 500 meter gems. She could do 5 keys in power source. There's a lot of objectives you can just access right now. And CVZN really needs to contest them, but also at the same time, she needs the progress really bad.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I actually never knew because I never play Pico outside of Bingo that the berry count that shows up after you enter each room is a Bingo UI thing. That isn't in the normal game for Pico, which I did not know.
One thing I didn't realize for a long time is that berries refill your dash in Pico.
In Pico, yeah, that is true.
We see
Okay,
add
grab
in summit.
lists.
Helpless search.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but also it's gonna lose a bit of time, and she doesn't have that time. But yeah, Ed is getting the first 2 gems in summit. Not getting berries on the way. She can come back later for the 15 in 5, which she doesn't have a lot of progress towards anyway. So after summit, that would probably be the into the core berry. That or 5 keys in power source, but I would probably lean towards into the core because I'm pretty sure Ad knows the skip. Wait, Ad, why are you getting the bino? You already have
2
all
and
the
4.
bino.
Nope.
Oh
2
no,
and
she
4.
just got it. I was
Goofy.
looking at the on-stream board, so it was a bit early.
Ah, yeah. Love the
But
Theo
yeah,
climb
she's
jumps
getting-
from CVZen. She has a bunch of practice because she is a trained 2 entry in Solar Silver.
That's where you see the modded experience.
Yep. Alright, yeah, this is not looking good for CVZen, I'll be honest. Wait, what was that?
Yeah,
Is there like a
well,
cheat sheet in Bingo client that I just dropped down to? What was that? I haven't seen that before.
yeah, there is a cheat sheet. If you go down from the bingo board, you have a cheat sheet with the berries in all checkpoints,
Oh, that's high.
including the seeded berry and winged berry locations. You have the Bino cheat sheet and the dash code cheat sheet.
Oh, the strat! The strat from CVZ, they're so goofy.
The rescue strats. You love to see it. But yeah, Ed is going to close out the game with the core berry.
Nah, CVZen's gonna steal it, trust.
I
She's
don't
got
think so.
this. Nope, she's got this.
Unless maybe Ad misses the skip for 10 minutes straight, you know.
Yeah, of course. It's gonna happen.
But then she
Yep.
still gets all berries in 2.5k.
See, she hasn't gotten it yet. You know. You know.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying?
No.
What? How could you not know? It's so clear. Can't believe. Oh, are we gonna see some speed strats in this room from CVZN? Oh,
And there it
unfortunate.
is, the tick from Ad. GG to both
GG
players.
ad.
So this final, this is gonna be Ad versus Aerobounds.
Yeah, which was that game on stream yesterday? Let's
I don't
look.
remember. Let me check.
No, it was ad versus tomato on stream. Okay, so a
Yeah.
new
A
game
new
on
matchup
stream.
for this bash.
Or a new matchup on stream at least. Yeah, they have
Yeah.
played each other and ad. What was the score? Ad won. Ooh, 13-7. So it could have just been the board. You never know. But
Yeah, sometimes you just get a board you're not
yeah,
feeling
exactly.
well with. And this time it's gonna be a best of 3. So we don't know how it's gonna go.
Yeah, I believe up next. Who do we have? We have
It was
Quan
Quan
and
and
Pocket.
Wraiths, I think.
Yeah, Quan and Pocket hopping into comms, so we will head out when they join in. I think we may be taking a little bit of an intermission break to give Ad a break.
Probably.
Yep, but yeah, GG to both players. GG Ad. Wonder if she'll be able to clutch out the Int Bash win. And GG CVZN for coming this far, even though she started Bingo
first time
weeks
playing
ago.
Bingo, and yeah.
Yeah, like that's crazy. Like big shout outs to CVZN for that. But yeah, it's going to be grand finals, best of 3. Who's excited?
I am. Always excited to see some Bingo.
Hi, Pocket.
Pocket.
Yeah, we will wait for Quan to join and then we will head out. But yeah, it looks like we're going to wait about 10 minutes. All right. Me and Link will head out. Good luck, Comms, Pocket, and Quan. Good luck to the players for the grand finals. All right. See y'all later.
We're gonna get some very exciting matches.
Yeah,
Bye.
of course. Bye.
Yeah, hi. Kristen, FM lost his semi-final game to Arabants earlier in the stream. It was 12-13. Isaac lost on tiebreak by 1 point to CVZen.
My goodness.
Yeah, that group was a 3-way tie of people with 2 wins and 1 loss between FM, Isaac, and CVZen. But CVZen got 1 more point in the game that she lost than Isaac did.
Yeah, it looks like that group was very close. Meanwhile, yeah, in the other group looks like Ad just kind of ran away with their group.
Yeah, I mean, so it's kind of weird. Obviously, I wasn't familiar with all of these players. Certainly, CVZen and Tomato in particular were kind of new, uh, and Epic was coming into this saying he was rusty and probably wouldn't play to his usual standard.
Right.
So putting the groups together, I expected the other group to have more chance of causing upsets. Like I thought Tomato or Arrowbounce might possibly pull an upset and like beat Epic. I did not expect anything unexpected to come up in the other group. I thought Ephraim and Isaac were going to be a shoe-in, and then CVZen beat Isaac. So
Yeah.
yeah, and then I also definitely didn't expect Arrow to beat FM today. So this has been a fun bash for just underdog victories.
Right. I watched the FN versus. It's very close. Like I don't feel like either player made a lot of. Like I feel like both players played pretty well, and kind of Aerobounce just kind of came out on top. And yeah, CVZN making it to semifinals. I don't know anything about CVZN, but I was watching a little bit of the previous match just now. Looks like, from what I understand, this is like their first foray into bingo, but they do have some experience with modded. And they were playing pretty well. I mean, obviously they lost the ad, but but shoutouts to CVZN.
Yeah, it's always cool to see new people joining in with bingo. Anyone in the audience wanting to join in, we welcome new players all the time, and I think we're planning on having another kind of intro to bingo event on the 14th of July.
Okay. Yeah, one thing I hear a lot of discourse about, like, people coming into bingo for the first time is, like, one of the main concerns that I've heard is, like, it's a lot of information to learn, and, like, it feels very overwhelming, but really you can just kind of just jump right in and just start playing. Like, it's like maybe you're not at the highest level, but that's okay. Like, you just play some games, get some games under your belt, and then just move forward. And I feel like that's what CBZN kind of did. Like, maybe they don't have much bingo experience, but they just kind of jumped right in and then put in work. And I'm really glad to see that kind of like involvement in the community. Yeah, lockout is definitely can be more stressful, but I think even playing blackout or Katango kind of takes some of the stress out of that, especially with blackout where you just the goals, it's not a competition, right? So you're just kind of playing the board, playing the game, and getting used to what the objectives are, how long they take, what kind of synergies might exist. Of course, blackout and lockout have pretty different metagames, so you need to think about different things in those two formats, but you're still getting some exposure to what bingo is. And then Katango is really great as an introduction because it sort of removes or it reduces the amount of information you have to think about at once, whether you're playing exec or whether you're doing routing, you can just focus on one aspect of bingo. And for me, when I was a beginner, playing Katango was really great to just make things easier to digest. I could just focus on the board, or I could just focus on execution.
Yeah, just to explain for anyone who is unfamiliar with Katango, the name comes from Keep Talking and Nobody Explodes, which gets abbreviated to Katane. So it's that, but bingo. So one person can see the bingo board, and one person is playing Celeste. and the person who can see the board has to just tell them what to do. So you can split up the two halves of how bingo works and only focus on one of them at a time.
It looks like we got still a couple minutes of downtime before we get started, so just sit back, relax, and we'll be back soon.
Alright, and it looks like we are about to get going again for the grand finals.
All right, let's see it. There we have board reveal.
As we're using Bingo Client, we can actually see the countdowns happening on screen.
Oh, right. All right, what do we have here?
Okay, so I immediately see get a 1-up in 2A and get 3 1-ups.
Right, I also see
So,
Poem and Awake.
yeah. It could be interesting to see if either player goes for 3 1-ups in 1A, or if they go for 3 1-ups in 2A, or just for 1 1-up in 2A. There are many different ways to do that.
I think I would just go straight for 3 1-ups in 2A. But again, it feels like there's a lot of different options you can do here.
Yeah, like, that's the thing. If you just go for it in 2A, then if you just go for the 1 1-up, then and your opponent goes for 3 1-ups, then obviously you get your single 1-up first. So you
Right.
split the objectives.
Right. There's not a whole lot of berry synergy. There's 5 berries in 5, and 15 berries in 4. But those like kind of take a while, sort of, especially 15 and 4, and then 5 and 5 because you need 5 different chapters. That takes a while to unlock. Um, and then I guess what chapters are we thinking about skipping here? I feel like I haven't kept up with the generator in a while, so I'm not. I feel like the metagame has changed a little bit.
Not that much. And we do see neither player going for 1-ups in 1A, but they do both get the first winged berry here.
Right.
So we also have 3 A-sides on the board, which, like, obviously the rest of the board needs to support it, but 3 A-sides is very much a resort skip.
Right, and I think
objective.
Temple is not
Wanting
bad
for
either.
it. Yeah.
There's
Yeah, I mean,
Stun Seekers 15 times, Kill 3 Seekers, all
Yeah.
collectibles 5A.
Grabless 5A and blue and red in Temple.
Right.
So, oh, and 2 keys in 5B. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on in Temple on this board.
And I guess yeah, you'll have a 5A and 5B split. Like it's not really
And
clear to me which
Grabless
one's better.
depth. There's so much here.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Yeah, whereas Resort has a mess order
And huge mess arb.
and 2
And-
Pico objectives.
Right.
So yeah, I would say this is like Resort is strong as something that you go back to after you've gotten at least something in Temple.
Yeah, I guess you
So
want
you
to see
probably
how the
don't
game
do it
develops
fast.
first. Like I think contesting Temple is probably the higher priority, and trying to rush 3 A sides after we see what happens in sight. Okay, Ad looks like they're going for berries here, or at least Ad is. We'll see what Arrow Bounce does. Let's see how proficient we are on 1-ups here. So Ad is several seconds lead here.
Arrow is also going for it. Oh, but collects that first berry.
See if Ad goes straight for the single one-up, or tries to get all three at once. Looks like she has time to get all three at once, or they have time to get all three at once. barring a moment. There's 3 one-ups, and yeah, Ad takes both of the one-up objectives. Anyway, strong start. And while Ad is ticking, Arrow Bounce is actually gonna just get out and watch for his progress. Oh, where is Arrow Bounce going? 2B? I
Looks like
don't know. Oh, they're both going
for the
2B.
cassette.
Or at least the cassette. I guess there's 3 blue, 3 red.
And there is
And blue, red
and
on
red
site.
side.
Yeah, this is like okay, I think. It's
Okay,
fine.
yeah.
There's also
I
5
think,
hearts.
I think.
Yeah.
Okay, so Arrow Bounce is going for 2B because
I guess,
he just
they're gonna
restarted
get in the
chapter
blue
to get
heart,
the
yeah.
blue heart first.
Yeah,
Whereas
I
Ad
think,
is continuing
yeah.
2A, which I think is the better decision.
Yeah, I think 2A is a little better,
Oh,
especially with 3A
Oh,
sides
no,
too.
no,
Oh,
okay.
Ad
Ad
is
was
going
just
2B.
unlocking intervention. And
Okay,
is now
this might
going
work
2B.
out. Oh, yeah, this might actually work out. But Ad has this. Okay, Ad is ahead by like a couple rooms here. Even though, okay, well, anyway.
Yeah, but then after finishing, Ad will have to go back for the blue heart, which
Right.
he has.
Okay, this is
So-
yeah. This is close. Yeah, it's funny because like
Yeah.
I do feel like 2A is the slightly stronger play here, but 2B definitely works, and it's funny that both
Yeah,
players are going
I
for
think-
2B.
Yeah, I think with 4 winged berries, 3 A sides, and read the poem in Awake, you definitely want to be in 2A here. But 2B is fine.
Yeah, it's definitely workable with 5 hearts. Yeah, 3 blue, 3 red. Yeah, I wonder if Ad decided to like go 2B because they got the 1-up. Like they maybe figured they were behind in progress. But then Arrow Bounce is
I
also
think
going 2B. Anyway.
like it's definitely possible that Ad, after winning the 1-ups, assumed they were behind, whereas Arrowbounce, after getting locked out of the 1-ups, knew that he was behind.
Yeah, it's funny
So they
because
may have
like
just
when
both
after
gone
the
2B for
1-up
same
pick,
reason.
Arrow Bounce could have been ahead to the 2A at least. Now they're both in the same room, but Arrow Bounce already has the blue heart. Yeah, no bino objective, so we see neither player going for the binos.
Yeah, and we're kind of GSA in these last 2 rooms.
Yeah,
but,
GSA, but Arrow
as I
Bounce has
said,
the lead.
Arrow
objective.
already has the blue heart, which Ad doesn't. But because of the tick timing, Ad won't actually waste any time trying to go back for the blue heart.
Exactly. Yeah. So now they're pretty much in progress. Oh, Ad goes in the wait. Okay, Ad is okay. This does give Arrow a small lead.
Yeah, I mean that can often happen where just you're trying to input your menuing before the game is actually ready to receive it, so one of your right inputs just doesn't go through,
Right.
enter the wrong chapter instead of skipping it. I'm guessing that's what happened to Ad there.
Yeah, I feel like that happens pretty commonly. Alright, so we don't actually have anything in Ridge, I think. We're just playing to Temple, it looks like. I guess you want to get 5 berries here, but that's pretty much it. You can get 5 berries very quickly, like 4 into the face, and then just pick a random one somewhere else. Oh, Arrow Bounce. Going for the blue heart. I definitely think that's a mistake. Let's see.
Yeah, that's
That's that'll be a bit of a
I mean,
moment.
three blue, 3 red, and I think that's 5 hearts is also an objective. I still
Yeah,
don't
but
think.
you won't get either one for a while. So, like,
Yeah.
getting the blue heart now is not.
Yeah, you want to prioritize getting to temple, get some objectives there.
Yeah, and this gives Ad like a lead by about a rune. Still very close here.
Yeah,
Ad
crap.
playing with the bingo board the entire time.
Yeah, like it's not literally the entire time. Like she'll take it off eventually, but we get to see the board a lot
Yeah,
on that stream.
I definitely cannot be playing like that. I need too many visual cues when I'm playing. And I know there's some transparency on the board, but I don't know. It's just hard to see things for me. Okay, Ad pulling ahead in progress here.
Yeah, honestly, like this sort of view is basically the reason why I do not use Bingo Client, because I much prefer to just have a smaller but unobstructed view of Celeste and a completely non-transparent bingo board somewhere else on the screen. So yeah, we see Ad is definitely going to be ahead into Temple, although given the diverse selection of things that are in Temple, that may not be so bad for arrow bounce.
It's gonna
It's just
depend
a
on the
question of
tick
if
time.
they go for the
if
same
they-
things.
Yeah, if they split or go for the same things. Also, we're gonna have complete ridge, but still no 3A side. With both players going to be.
Yeah, which I guess this means Arrowbounds could theoretically at least realize that Ad also played 2B, because if not, then 3A sides should be ticked.
Yeah, especially since we haven't seen the domestic already. Alright, and Ad versus the Temple. Arrowbounce a few rooms behind. And turning on Grabless.
Okay,
Oh my goodness, playing like this?
and
How does Ad play like this? Please.
so given Arrow picking up the 4A Blue Heart, I'm guessing that he may be more likely to go for Blue and Red Heart in Temple, because that would obviously synergize with the 5 hearts.
Right.
So, Ad going Grabless may be a good sign for Arrow, that they may be planning on doing different things in this chapter. But I
Yeah.
guess we'll see.
Will Ad
Yeah,
get the
Ad
blue
is
heart,
still
though? We'll see.
Grabless, because I was gonna say, like, I know if it were me playing this, like if Grabless 5A is on the board, I would pretty much always turn on Grabless for start, even if I planned to go into 5B, because Grabless start loses so little time.
Yeah. You can pretty much play 5A start Grabless, like, even with grabbing on. There's not really anywhere you grab, I think.
Yeah, there's one corner boost that you can do, but you can do it with Grabless variant on anyway.
Right. Okay, Ad looks doing Grabless steps with the key. Arrowbound's not turning on Grabless.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
Ad
I assume
casting
this
with
means
both routes of 5A, 5B here.
Arrow's
Everybody's going for the wing?
Yeah, well, full winged is still on the board.
Oh, this room grabless. It's actually fine with the red bubble tech.
Yeah, for anyone unfamiliar, the grabless variant does actually still allow you to grab under some circumstances. Most notably here, if you take a red bubble into a wall and hold grab, you will grab the wall. And you can climb up and down, but as soon as you jump, you can get one climb jump and then you can't grab anymore.
Alright, I'm guessing Ad is gonna at least get the heart and finish grabless depths here. Let's see if they decide to go into unraveling or go 5B. I'm not really sure which one I prefer. I feel like both are quite strong. Because there's also 2 keys in 5B. Arabon's quitting out. Looks like they're gonna try to play a winged.
Yep, this makes sense. And presumably then 5B.
Right.
Whereas, yeah, funnily enough, if Ad continues with 5A, which seems pretty likely for the grab list, that will also be complete 3A sides.
Oh yeah, wow, okay.
Very unusual to see that with 1, 4, 5.
Yeah.
But
And yeah, Airbounce is not close to contesting 3A side. Unless they play 2A, but that's not really worth it, I think. Not yet, at least. We still have Home and Awake, which does give 2A some value.
yeah, I guess another thing to look at with the 5A 5B split here is Seekers.
Right.
Because if you choose to rush either of them, you can stun Seekers sooner in 5A because you can just farm Seekers in Unraveling. Okay, Ad quits out.
Okay.
So maybe we are going to 5B? We are going to 5B.
Alright. Oh!
But 2 keys
Airbounce getting the keys,
happen
right.
pretty soon. So I guess after 2 keys is off the board, will Ad quit out and go back to 5A or not? Also, Ad hasn't ticked Grabless Depths,
Right.
and Arrow is not ticking 2 keys in 5B.
Well, let's see if Ad goes for it. Ad is indeed going for 2 keys. Did Aerobounce get the Temple Blue? I didn't see.
He didn't. He got the cassette and quit out. Yeah, so the Grabless Depth delay I understand more
Right.
because of Full Winged,
Uh-huh.
but I don't get delaying 2 keys and it turns
Yeah,
green.
Ad takes it, yep.
Because, yeah, as Arrowbounce, you don't know where Ad has been, and Ad just quits out after getting the 2 keys and goes
Yeah.
to Intervention.
Okay, so it looks like Ad
3A
will try to
sides.
clean up
And
3A
Poem
sides
away.
and Poem, yeah. Which I guess is still faster than finishing 5A. It's close. But I think 2A here is a little bit faster.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier too.
It's, like, obviously, from our perspective, we know that like 5A would probably be better because you get the Grabless, you get Seekers, you get progress to late game,
Yeah.
but Ad doesn't know what Arrow is doing at this point.
Right, Arrow has picked what 4-winged and blue and red on side. You can probably assume they skip Resort. I feel like I think delaying Resort for this long doesn't make that much sense.
Yeah. But yeah, I guess because of the overdelay on 2 keys 5B, that does mean that Ad still doesn't know where Arrowbounce is.
Yeah, so I guess
So,
I feel like Ad is
from that
now like
perspective-
fishing for information. And while they're doing that, like
Although-
their events has to reveal where they are eventually.
Yeah, well, it's weird because I was gonna say it's like from Ad's perspective, Arrow could be ahead of them in 5A, except Grab the Steps is
Right.
unticked, and Ad has that and is delaying it.
Yeah.
And it
We're
looks
gonna
like
see the
Ad is
3 A
also-
side stick coming up soon, I assume.
Ad is also delaying Read the Poem in Awake.
Yeah, I mean that's fine, I guess. I don't think it does that much. I think I think they're trying to just get Arabelle to tick something. So that's what I feel like is happening. Arabelle's trying to get some seeker stuns. I'm not sure I agree with this seeker being the seeker to try to farm stuns on, but that's okay. Looks like they'll get 15 here. And there's the tick. Okay.
Yeah, I think that may have been just that he was messing up the strat and getting extra stuns as a result.
Ah, I see. I see. Oh, I had to go into 5B.
And Ad is just delaying everything, and I don't understand why.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna work out, but like it just feels like unnecessarily risky. Oh, there's a phone pick.
Yeah, and 3A sides, but not Grab the Steps. It's has Ad like forgotten Grab the Steps is on the board, or is this an?
It would show up on the
intentional
bingo plan,
reasons
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe they forgot, but I don't know. Alright, Arrow can claim 3 secret kills if he wants to.
Yeah, so I mean, this delay makes more sense to me because Ad has now ticked 3A sides and Poem of the Wake, so you know that they went back to early game,
Yeah.
so you can delay Seeker kills at least for a bit.
I mean, Ad is coming up on potential 3 secret kills pretty soon. Let's see if they go for it. Looks like they're going for secret kills. Oh my, that save on Theo. Alright, Airbus finishes 5B, but looks like they're gonna try to get the blue heart. Oh, and grabless. So Ad might get punished here if they over delay.
Although Arrow could get punished for over delaying Seeker kills
Right.
at this point because Ad is now in the room with.
What is this game, man? What is happening? Everyone is just delaying everything. Oh, this last seeker is trolling Ad right now. Oh wow.
Come on, Arrow Bounce. Tick Seeker kills when you get the key. Surely.
Okay, Aerobound 6 secret kills. Okay. Wow, that wastes a lot of Ad's time. I'm really struggling with this last Seeker is so like annoying to kill. Okay, yeah.
Wow. Well,
Wait,
so I
Arrow,
mean,
wait! Oh my
given-
god, I thought Arrow was gonna go to the door.
Yeah. Yeah, like given the amount of difficulties Ad had there, which obviously you would not expect it to have that much difficulty consistently, that delay was clearly longer than was safe.
Yeah.
But it worked out very well for Arrow.
Okay, I think. Oh, who's gonna get blue, red, and temple? This is actually pretty close. I think
yeah,
Ad should get
Ad
it.
already has the blue heart. Yeah.
Okay,
Yep,
Ad gets it by like a
it's
little
green.
bit. I think Arrow also struggling on this last room.
Yeah. Arrow
Now, will Ad also
still...
take Grabless Depths, or let's see.
Yeah, that's the question. Arrow will also still get 5 hearts out of this.
Wait, Ad, get the heart, please. Alright, we
Okay,
have a
so-
hearts race. Looks like.
Yeah. Okay,
Alright,
Arrow
and
does get it.
Yeah.
It if Arrow had given up on 5A blue, then
That would have been a
we
tragedy.
would have lost 5 hearts here as well.
And Arrow might be able to steal Grabless Depths here. Ad just refusing to take Grabless Depths for some reason. Oh, and Arrow snipes it.
Okay, yeah, and right.
Oh.
Arrow,
Okay.
Arrow takes Grabless Depths right as Ad goes back into Temple, and Ad goes to Resort. This is probably good.
Yeah, I think this is
Arrow
better than Reflection.
takes
Reflection
a-
is hit a Kevin from fourth size, and that's it, right?
Yeah, like it. I mean, yeah, hit a Kevin from 4 sides is a good fast objective. But
Yeah,
it's
but there's
just
no
one
synergy.
objective. But it also, like, it makes more sense from Arabance's perspective, not knowing where Ad is.
Right, yeah. And both players have access to Reflection, so it's fine, I think.
But yeah, it does mean that Arrow is behind entering Resort here.
Yep.
And, I mean, I guess we'll see. Will Ad delay something forever again? and
I
get
hope
knocked
not.
out?
Because now you gotta realize Resort is like high value here. There's Huge Mess, there's the Huge Mess Order, and there's the Huge Mess Arb, and there's still progress to 5 bears and 5, and 15 and 4.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's the interesting question here of what do you actually do first? Do you go for the mess order and the berries, or just the mess order, figuring that you might be racing and you'll lose time to the berries? Or do you just go into Pico immediately?
Yeah, hard call. I think I would probably do the mess order. I don't know. I feel like I think I would skip Pico for now because there's get the orb in Pico and complete Pico, which are pretty deep in the Pico. So I feel like that's a pretty big time sink that I'm not really.
Yeah,
Wait,
I mean,
risk
that is definitely something to consider, where, like, it's easy to think about, like, okay, what is the optimal play, but you have to bear in mind that, especially at, like, intermediate level, the players are going to be much more comfortable with Celeste exec than Pico Celeste exec.
Right. Yeah, so I would probably prefer either rushing the mess order or trying to get both mess order and arb and maybe just trading them.
Yeah, and based on the Kevin tick, Ad probably knows they're ahead, so
Right.
they have more info to work with in that regard. Yeah, and it looks like Ad is going for all of the berries. Because, I mean, if you were not going to get all of the berries, that one that she just got is the one you skip. It's the really slow berry and huge mess.
Right. Yeah, I think Airbounce is also getting berries here. Although the Talos berries are really quick. Yeah, anyway. I think both players skipping the blue heart, I think that's good for now. You can get 3 blue in other places. But I think Ad is gonna take both of the mess objectives here.
Yep. And then, well, then there's the Pico question, or do you just go somewhere else?
Yeah, I feel like once the resort is cleaned up, it's a pretty open board. There's 2 Pico objectives, there's 2 summon objectives, but they're pretty deep. All binos in 1,000 meters takes a couple minutes, but then all berries in 3K, that's gonna take a while.
Yeah, meanwhile, 5 berries in 5 chapters is something that you should be able to get pretty quickly. Both players have decent progress to it already.
I think each player should at least have 5 and 3 at this point, and then they just need 2 more. I think, what is it, City and Temple, probably they should go.
And Ad goes straight for Pico.
Ooh, okay.
And Arabans quits out. Okay.
Right.
Not having the Pico race is maybe less content, but it's probably...
I think that's good for Arrowbounce.
Yeah, it's probably good for Arrow, because he probably... I mean, he would have been slightly behind entering, so if we assume that their Pico exec is similar, then he would have lost.
Looks like Arrowbounce is going to try to clean up 5 and 5. I'm curious how much Arrowbounce will get berries here in start, because we do have all collectibles 5A on the board as well. And there's also 15 and 4, so I think clearing at least most of 5A start, maybe leaving the Gondola berry for last, would be good for Arrowbounce here.
I guess something else to consider is 3 blue, 3 red, because for both players that is 1 B-side away.
Right. And I guess, yeah, you just play 1B for that. There's no other B-side to think about.
Yeah, so that's... I would guess that's probably where Arabans goes
Yep.
now.
Looks like they're going for 1B. So with Pico, Ad is going to get to 10, and with this 3 blue, 3 red, Arrow's going to get to 9. Ad is slightly advantaged to Grabless 5A, but I think Arrow is slightly advantaged, well, barely advantaged to all collectibles 5A, but it's still very close. And then Summit is still completely open, Core is completely open. So this is still very close.
Yeah, I think it's going to be very significant what Ad does after Pico. Because, oh, no, wait, Arabans is not in 1B, he's in Summit.
Oh, in Summit, okay.
Because I was going to say Ad will finish Pico before Arrow finishes 1B, but he's not in 1B.
Right. I mean, it's also okay, but I think at some point you just gotta start
Oh,
committing.
Arrowbounce returned to map at the end of 0 meters instead of
What?
skipping cutscene.
How?
And now we
no.
just have a straight summit race.
All right.
So, binos.
Airbound's still a little bit ahead though, but this will give Ad more progress in the summit. I mean, even if Aerobounce wins this final race, I'm gonna guess Ad will at least be able to unlock 1K.
Yeah, so Chris saying in chat that this might turn into a perfect lockout, and yeah, it might. Which actually kind of comes back to what I was going to say about 1B, except now it's about Summit instead. The like Ad finishing what she's doing first doesn't matter if she then goes into the same thing Arrowbounce is doing and just gets locked out of it. Because so we can pretty much assume that one way or the other, someone is going to get 1K binos here.
Yeah.
And then I guess they possibly both finish 1K, but maybe not. I'm not sure.
Yeah. I guess with the accidental RTM on Aerobounce and like he could have finished 1K binos much earlier, and I don't know if Ad would have been able to reach 1,000 meters at that point. And then Ad might have put out earlier and then have less progress towards 3K berries.
Yeah. But then the thing is, basically, we could very easily end up with a point here where there's basically like a reset, because both players are going for the same thing. One of them gets it, the other one does it, and then they both quit out and go do something else.
Right.
And so
I think putting out is the right play here. I don't think you commit 3K already.
Oh yeah, no, it's the question is whether you finish 1K, unlock 1.5, or whether you think it's better to just immediately start racing the next thing.
Right.
And yeah, Arrowbounce is maintaining a lead, so he should get this.
Please don't delay this. Why are you delaying this? Please. Okay. Wait.
Yeah, no, it turns green.
It goes green.
That might have been intended as like a delay until he finishes the checkpoint, since he is finishing the checkpoint. But this is so sad.
Yeah, I think.
And then he just returns to map in the old room anyway.
Oh my goodness. He's gonna try to go for Grabless 5A, I guess. And that quits out. Where's that going? 1B? Oh my. Yeah, if Ad gets 1B here, then they just play 3K ARB and it's game over, right?
Yeah, or I mean, Ad has a lot of flexibility at that point, and Arrowbounce isn't really advantaged to anything, so Ad can pretty freely multitask. So yeah, Ad gets to 12 off of this, and then it's very much their game to lose. So I wouldn't say that Arrow had this game in hand, but it was very close,
Yeah,
and it's now a lot less close.
yeah. I feel like we were pretty much like I think actually had a slight advantage after coming out of Pico. Arrow could have cleaned up 1K binos, and then it would be what 10-9, right? And
Yeah.
then
Yeah, I mean that's pretty much like I think you could maybe argue that some of the things Arrow did beforehand might have been mistakes. I don't remember, but yeah, pretty much if Arrow just ticked 1K binos, then we're at 10-9, and that's your slight advantage for Ad, but it's pretty even.
yeah,
Whereas being in this position now with it being 11-8, it's Ad's game to lose.
yep. Oh, Ad getting trolled in this last room. Yeah, I feel like early game, mid game, both players were playing pretty well. Some mistakes on both sides, but like they were kind of just trading a lot of things. And then the 1K tick just kind of just threw it completely in Ad's favor. All right, let's see where Ad goes to finish up. 3K ARB.
Yeah,
We'll see if she multitasks.
Makes sense.
Or if you multitask, but yeah. Go ahead.
yeah. Well, I mean, like I was saying, it's very safe to multitask in this
Yeah.
position because Arrow isn't really advantaged to anything, and the objectives are very scattered and long.
Mhm.
So, because like with the objectives being long, if Arrow actually had a lead to any of them, then that would be another thing.
Mhm.
Because like you're trying to catch up in multiple places, but starting from even, yeah, Ad can like play a checkpoint of Summit and then go play a checkpoint of Core to get progress to reach the orbit halves of the mountain, get some 5A collectibles, and eventually you're gonna get one of those, or you can just full send 3K ARB. Because
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that Arrow's not going to be doing that.
I think Arrow just has to play Grabless 5A start to finish Grabless 5A.
Yeah. Yeah, because he just did everything from Unraveling onwards, and he already has done. Okay, and we see Core.
Yeah.
I mean, that. So, I mean, honestly, I think this is kind of correct from Arrowbounce. Because I think in this position, you follow the logic that if Ad is in Summit, you lose regardless.
Yeah.
So you play against the possibility that Ad is somewhere else.
Yeah, I feel like everything is just losing,
have a chance to
but you just
catch
have to
up.
do something, right?
Yeah,
So like,
yeah, because like, if you play against the possibility that Ad is in Core right now, you try to beat them in Core and maybe get like a slight lead, to go into Summit or something else.
Yeah. It's just that when you're already in this kind of position, like everything you do is losing, you just have to do something. Kind of just pray that your opponent is gonna make a misplay. It looks like Ad is just gonna full send 3k arb. Not even gonna multitask. And I mean, even though Aerobounce was ahead entering Summit with the the menuing moment and not finishing 1k, like Aerobounce actually doesn't have that much Summit progress.
Yeah. Also, so just to respond to Chris saying in chat, you always lose with even exec against this position if Ad multitasks. The thing with that is, ultimately, it kind of comes down to mind games, because if you multitask, like, multitasking can lose if your opponent delays their objectives. So, if your opponent is multitasking, you get one of the objectives they're multitasking, but then delay it and start doing another one, then you can get them to waste a lot of time and you can catch up that way. The problem is that if they just do one objective with no multitasking, then you lose by delaying. So you just have to guess whether your opponent will full send one objective or multitask to know what you should be doing.
Yeah, and then in this game specifically, Ad had a whole checkpoint lead into Summit anyway. So there's no reason, like, they may not have known it, but just based on like the 1k binos pick, like even though Arrow was technically ahead, like I think as Ad you kind of assume you have a Summit, you have a lead in the Summit. And then you can just, like, there's nothing Arrow can do to contest it. Arrow bounce getting the berry for good luck.
And Arabance has reached the orb. He's delaying it. And I guess now we're going for all collectibles in 5A, or 15 berries in 4 chapters. Could be either.
I guess both at the same time.
Yeah. I think Ad probably finishes 3k up before he gets either of those.
I feel this is like a kind of interesting position, like in the group stage where like points matters, not just like the game result. Like here as Arrow Bounce, you can really try to get as close to 12 as possible, even though 13 is completely out of reach. But here in the bracket stage, that doesn't really matter anymore.
Yeah. I guess we should note that when these two played in the group stage, Ad won 13-7, so if nothing else, Arabance has clearly improved on that result.
Yeah, I mean, no, yeah, this game was very close until the critical moment in 1k. And there's the tick. GG's.
Yep, just have to wait a little bit to see how to actually get it on stream because of stream delay. GG to add on the first game of these grand finals.
Yeah.
This is a best of 3, so if Arrowbounce wins the next one, we can go to a third game. Or if Ad wins, then they just win. I'm going to be hopping off comms for the second game. If there is a third game, then I will be back.
Yep.
And I believe Crab is hopping in.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello, Crab.
Hey, Quan. How's it going?
It's good. It's good.
Good content so far.
Yeah, close games, really. Like just some critical moments, and that just turned the game around. But well
Yep.
played by both players, really.
We've got a great batch of intermediate players here. Some old faces, some new faces, you know?
Yeah, a lot of
Really
new blood. It's really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we've been getting a ton of new beginners recently, too. That's very exciting. We'll probably see a bunch of them in our next intermediate batch.
Hmm.
So coming up, we do have game 2 of our grand finals here. Finals are always quote-unquote grand, that just meaning best of 3. You know the deal.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, everyone stay tuned after the grand finals just for a few minutes because we have some announcements about upcoming events, multiple. Very exciting.
Yo.
But Quan, why don't you tell me a little bit about how you see each of these players? Like, what were interesting things of games from previous restream games, or even just the last game? How did these players match up?
I definitely feel like Ad has more experience as a bingo player. Like, I think they definitely understand their way around the board a little better. I think execution-wise, it's pretty close. So I've only seen between these two players. The only game I've seen so far was just the game just now. Ad was going a little hard on the delays.
Yeah,
It worked out for the most part, but
I
I was a
think-
little surprised to see. Yeah.
yeah, I think I'm with you. I think Ad has a good amount of board awareness and is especially good at juggling progress versus anti-progress. In these last games, we've seen Ad, not being afraid to backtrack and knowing which objectives are contested.
Yeah.
But it does kind of lead into a slightly more risky strategy,
Right.
Whereas Aerobounce definitely also good board awareness, knowing what's going on, but generally taking a more consistent route.
Right. Yeah, I do feel like Aerobounce is a little bit less familiar with like the lockout meta, like just like knowing what to prioritize and like when things are like what things are like what objectives you have the highest value at the moment.
Yeah, and that might just come from more experience, more seniority in the community. Not saying that Aerobounce is new by any means. They've been around for a while, but
Yeah, I mean Aerobounce they still played a great game. Like I said all that,
Yeah.
but it was still a very close game. So
yeah,
it was just the one moment really in 1K that really just exploded the whole game.
exactly. Yeah, it was back and forth the whole time. Aerobounce had a couple unfortunate quitouts.
Right.
But we should be getting started for our game 2 shortly. Just a couple more moments here.
right.
Oop, we might need to pause a little bit more. Do you know what Arrow Bounce's username or file name is?
1726. This uh is that the sum of their scores against Ad so far?
Maybe, or maybe it's like a prediction of the score, like total score of the grand final.
Yeah, because if I remember correctly, the group stage they went 13-7, and the game just now was it was like either 13-10 or 13-11, I think.
Ah, oh yeah.
So perhaps
Oop, looks like we'll need just a little bit more time here. I am definitely looking forward to seeing a few of these players in advanced very soon. I think Ad and Arrow Bounce definitely would fit in
yeah,
advanced soon.
yeah. Especially with the way that the tiers are like not like the boundaries are not very, very well defined. And like,
Yeah.
it's always viable to play like up a tier.
Yep. And also, seeing as the expert drought is still ongoing, we need to get more experts through the pipeline.
Yes. The expert drought is always there's seasons when the experts are either all coming in at once or just nowhere to be found.
Yep. I mean, usually, activity does spike around the expert batch, which is now coming up as the cycle continues. But all right, we are going to get started here. All right, we'll see the countdown going down very shortly. Here we go.
There we have a board reveal.
Yep. All right, what do we see here?
All Bears in Awake, Temple cassette, 1 up in 4A, 2 cassettes, Gold Ridge
Oh,
Blue Heart.
interesting. Yeah.
All right, what's in Resort here? Theo, talk to Theo and Shaft. Blue and Red in Resort. 5 Berries Pico. Uh,
That's pretty much it.
yeah.
Oh, Resort B-side.
Resort B-side and complete 3 B-sides, I guess.
Yeah.
So, Resort's
Okay.
strong, but it's like slow. So
Yeah.
there is stuff in Resort, but it takes a long time, whereas Ridge, Temple looks like much faster.
I would definitely expect. So the main thing here on this board is All Berries and Awake into 1 up and 4A is
Mhm.
the start of a pretty strong progress route that then can be continued into Jump on 10 Snowballs.
Right.
And Ridge Blue Heart, of course.
Yes. So yeah, there's a lot. There's 4 things. So there's 2A Start Arb, Wake Berries, Ridge Blue, 1 up and 4. I think 2A Start is probably the slowest and the most bait like. I feel like you would leave that for later. Whereas Awake Winged and then either 1 up and 4A or Ridge Blue are like you would want to rush one of those and try to at least like trade if you don't get all of them.
I do think I agree with you, yeah. I would like to see these players racing for progress and leaving all berries and start of 2A on this board, especially since there's no berry synergy to be seen here.
Yeah, there's no like global berry synergy like total berry count or X berries in 5 chapters or anything like that.
Yep,
It's
so
all
it
just
would just
berries in
be
some
for the
checkpoint.
objectives.
Yep.
Exactly. A few other things that I would like to highlight. There is both 1 key and 2 keys in Power Source, so we might see Farewell being a swingy mid-game play.
Mm-hmm.
Not a whole lot in late game that I'm seeing. I see
Right.
3 gems in Summit and Reflection Blue.
Summit Blue, oh my gosh. Or sorry,
No,
Summit B-side.
Yeah, oh, yeah. Summit B-side, of course. If these players want to give us maximum content, of course we'll have a 7B race.
Yeah, as I believe it was Meta Glory who once said, was it 12, 12, and 7B is the reason God gave us bingo?
Yep.
Something of that sort. I'm paraphrasing
Yeah.
it.
Of course. I also am interested in seeing a backtrack to 3A relatively early because it is. I wouldn't say it's very good first pass, but
Mhm.
supporting 2 keys and 2 chapters and 7 hearts along with just the other various things in Chapter 3, would
Mhm.
definitely give some merit to a backtrack.
Right, yeah, I think backtracking in 3 is quite strong. First pass, like the things in 3 are just too slow to be doing first pass, but there's
Yeah.
still a lot of stuff in Resort that.
All right.
So so Ad, I assume Arrow did not get a cassette, but Ad does have a cassette. Let's see if Ad goes for the 2A cassette, which I don't think is a good play, but let's see what happens.
So Ad does tick 2 cassettes. This is super early, and
Yeah. Now
um,
Arrow can just get 3
yeah.
progress objectives.
Yeah,
Probably.
this is similar in the kind of the style of bait that we were talking about for berries and start of 2A. Now
Mhm.
Arrow Bounce is just gonna have, I don't want to say free reign, but definitely is advantage towards these progress objectives.
Right.
Of course, if Ad catches up in progress here, that would be pretty disastrous.
Yeah, that would be very unfortunate.
Yeah. But Arrow Bounce definitely looking pretty good through here.
Yeah,
Will-
I feel like their exec is pretty similar.
Yeah.
I can't tell if one is like notably faster than the other.
Yep. Yeah. And at this point in the chapter, I would definitely expect Arrow Bounce to get that Winged Berry and Awake at least.
Mhm.
Getting this berry, I don't know why.
It's not on the board, but I feel like that's a very like if you're not really sure, like you can just get it anyway, and like you won't regret it later for skipping.
Yeah, that's definitely true.
Like,
It's one of those
yeah.
free berries.
Yeah, and like you're looking at the board and you're playing the game, you're in grand finals, like all these nerves are like in your face, and like you're just like, oh my god, let me just get this berry and get it over with, so I don't have to think about it later.
Yeah, yeah, I've definitely heard of some like default things like grabbing the first Bino in 2A, for example.
Yeah, or like the first winged in City Start, like that loses almost nothing, and like you just get it just because you don't think that much about it.
Yep. We do see Berries and Awake turning pink. Arrow Bounce a few rooms ahead here in
Yeah, it looks
Awake.
like with Ad caught up a lot of progress, and with Arrow getting this winged, Ad is actually going to be pull ahead into what I assume is going to be Ridge.
Yeah. So we've got some racing on our hands here, I think. So if Arrow Bounce is concerned about being behind into Ridge, we could see him skipping the first one up in 4A.
Yeah, Ad taking a moment on the chapter select.
Okay, yeah, and this is the play we expected
Yeah.
from both players skipping Resort, and notably, because Ad paused for a couple seconds in the menu, they
Yeah.
are now pretty much synced.
Yep.
That thinking time really matters.
Yeah, especially in the early game when like you're really rushing towards these progress objectives.
Yeah. So this
Right.
one up could be anyone's. Looking like Ad going for it and Airbound skipping it. Yeah, so this is
Yeah.
similar to what I was saying.
Yeah, I think this is fine for both players. Really, they'll just trade.
Yeah, yeah. Ad gets a fast objective and Arrow Bounce gets a little bit of progress in return.
We also have 7 hearts on the board.
Yeah. Yeah, so this Ridge Heart will end up mattering
A little
later
bit.
on. Yeah. All it means is if any player doesn't get it now, they will probably end up getting it later anyway.
Yeah. And with Ad getting 2 cassettes, they're very likely going to be contesting 7 hearts anyway.
Yep. Side note, it just started thunderstorming for me, so
Oh, wow.
if I disappear suddenly, that's why.
Okay, they take Rich Blue and 1 Open 4 at pretty much the same time.
Yep. Yeah, so they will be again tied in objectives and also probably pretty much tied in progress too.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to have a bit of delay on Air Bounce's side. So
Yep.
we're trying to think about that.
Yeah.
Alright, do you go for 10 snowballs here? Or do you leave it for later?
Oh, that's a good question. So, the main rush objective in Temple, I would say, is Temple Cassette, right?
Yeah.
Which is fine. However, there is also incentive to continue in 5A between all collectibles in 5A and grabless search, and not a lot of late game.
There's also
So-
two keys in 2.
Yeah,
Which could get in search, but probably resort and farewell is what you wanted.
yeah, or it could be 5A and resort or something like that.
Right.
Lots of options for 2 keys and 2. So, if I were playing this board, I would probably skip snowballs, but I could definitely see an argument for playing them, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah, I think skipping is the stronger play,
Yeah,
just because you will get Temple Cassette, and then you have options, right? You can go
Yeah.
5A, you can go to 3A. There's lots of things to do. Whereas
Yeah.
when you get 10 snowballs, there's no other synergy
yeah.
with 10 snowballs.
It does also, like, it matters how comfortable you are with that mind game, though, right? Because if both of you skip, jump on 10 snowballs,
Yeah,
And-
then it becomes
and-
like, oh god.
yeah.
Who's gonna go first? It's like well, I forget the name of the thing, but it's like who bites first on the
Yeah.
bait.
Yeah. I have definitely played games before where jump on 10 snowballs is one of the last things to go because it's just like
Yeah, both players are afraid to commit to it because everyone knows the other player has access to it.
yeah. And players once again pretty much synced entering cliff face
so.
here.
Yeah, but Aerobounce should have a small lead with the screenplay.
Yeah. So if Airbounce decides to go for snowball stuns,
I think Ad is going for it.
yeah, I
Yeah,
mean, yep. And Airbounce skipping potentially? Yeah, skipping. Okay. Yeah, once again, this just looks like a trade.
yeah, no trade.
Yeah. The main difference here though is snowballs takes a lot longer than one up and like it is kind of deceptive how much time it
Right.
takes.
It's like what, like 4 or 5 seconds each snowball or something.
Yeah. And that doesn't count times where you miss the snowballs or die.
Right.
Airbounce is struggling a little bit in cliff face though, so would
Yeah.
give added a bit of time to
Oh
catch up.
god, that was close.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. Yeah, so we see add ticking jump on 10 snowballs as Airbounce enters the second to last room here. Okay, so I think rushing Temple Cassette is a given here. But after that, what happens? There's so many options.
Yeah, there's so many options. Like you can go 3A, 5A. Late game that doesn't have too much, so I don't think like playing 5E makes sense.
Yeah,
Um,
unless you want the heart, but even then, like,
yeah, I feel like that doesn't feel correct. Even like
Yeah.
Albert, yeah.
I would say either 3A, 5A, or maybe Farewell. Oh, no. I actually really want to see 3A here, because 6 Wingberries, 2 Keys and 2,
Ooh,
and 5 Berries Pico would be a super swingy play here.
right.
Oh,
Ad going farewell. Ooh.
okay, so this is for 2 objectives. And, oh, plus access to 2 Keys and 2.
Yeah. Oh, they're changing their mind. Reserve. Okay, this is also
Yep.
good. I think with
Yeah.
the 10 snowballs, you know you're probably behind.
Yeah, I think
you-
this is better than Farewell.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, so this is how you play 10 snowballs if you decide to go for it. I think.
Yeah. Yeah, you just say, you know what? Temple is not that strong. Late game is also not that strong.
Yeah,
I
think
feel
thi-
comfortable
yeah,
going anti-prog.
This is the time where Resort really starts to show its value.
Yep. Airbounce, though, if he was feeling devious, could contest 2 Keys and 2 here, because this is only their first chapter with 2 keys.
Right. Yeah, I think going to resort, it's like you only need to go like the first like 6 or 7 rooms to snipe the second key.
Yep, yeah. So it's definitely a lot faster too if Arrow Bounce decided to get the key here in depths or something else. Just take a little bit away from that 3A.
Hmm.
Hard to tell that Ad is in Temple though until they tick maybe 5 berries and Pico.
Hmm.
Looks like Arrow Bounce is going to continue in 5A at least a little bit.
At least getting the second key for sure. Looks like.
Yeah. Okay, I like this play. Definitely
Yeah.
like. Arrow Bounce
Here-
trailing into
Sorry,
3A wouldn't even be that bad here because there's the 2 Resort B side objectives,
Hmm.
and putting pressure on those would definitely help Arrow Bounce a lot.
Ooh, Ad going back into farewell.
Yeah. So, oh wow.
Oh wow!
Yeah. All right.
Ad having a
So
moment.
interesting. So
Yeah,
Arrow Bounce
Ad-
is going to win 2 keys in 2 here.
Yeah, looks like it. And there's the tick.
Yeah. So Ad is definitely not super happy to lose out on the farewell plus 3A synergy.
Hmm. I mean, I feel like going to farewell to like get 2 keys in 2 is pretty greedy.
Yeah. I think
Because
I
you gotta go
agree.
all the way to power source to do that.
Yeah, so Ad is basically just saying like I dare you to go into 3A, right?
Yeah. Yeah, now farewell, I guess there's the 2 keys, 1 and 2 keys in power source, which is still 2 objectives, but
Yeah. But the thing is here, Arrow Bounce is catching up in 3A.
yeah.
If Arrow Bounce gets through start before Ad gets 2 keys, which should happen, Arrow Bounce could win 6 winged here and Pico and still be ahead in progress.
Yeah, this is looking very strong for Aerobounce here.
Yeah. Yeah, so guess we've just got some movement here. What do you think Ad's best route back into this game would be?
It's pretty scattered. I feel like maybe you just clean up some miscellaneous stuff like 2A start arm, because like, or maybe reflection blue because there's also Gravel's rock bottom.
Yeah, I think I'd like to see Ad play 5A. Because
Yeah.
there's 2 objectives there, and it also gives you access to the 2 summit and 2 reflection objectives,
Yeah.
or 3 summit.
Yeah, at some point you gotta unlock that game, and I think after this exchange, it'll be a good time.
Yeah, especially if Arrow Bounce decides to keep playing 3A for Talk to Theo and Shaft. If I were Ad, I might even quit out of Farewell here. You're definitely winning this objective, and it's not really contested very much.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like with the timing of the 2 keys and 2, you know it's not farewell.
yeah.
So, yeah. Sorry, I interrupted. You were gonna say something.
No, yeah, that's pretty much what I was gonna say.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what Ad does here. Because if I were Arrow Bounce, I don't even know if I would continue playing. I don't think I would. I think I'd get 6 winged and then go back into 5A.
Mm-hmm, yeah. Because the resort stuff is still like pretty deep, except for Theo and Chef. But even that,
Yeah, huge mess is still over a minute.
yeah. Yeah, looks like Aerobounce is getting winged here, and then Ad will be cleaning up keys.
Yep, yeah, so they'll probably be done with objectives at roughly the same time.
Mhm.
Yeah. Alright. So this is Ad's chance to get back. Okay. So Ad and Air Bounce are tied in progress here in 3A. So Ad's gonna try to take the initiative back here.
But Airbounce is gonna. Oh, Airbounce just getting the wing and getting out.
Yeah. So this is.
Ooh.
Oh, this is a race now.
Oh boy. Race to Theo and Shaft, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, Air Bounce is definitely getting 6 winged as a consolation prize here either way, but Ad is definitely ahead to Theo and Shaft.
Yeah.
I wonder, as Air Bounce, if you just play Towels, get the winged and heart and dip.
That's such a hard call to make. You don't
Yeah,
know where
that's
Ad
true.
is.
Yeah. I do like Towels first, though, because you get to secure the winged, you can go for the heart, and if you need to quit out later, whatever.
Yeah. Like, I think you still unlock Shaft at this point, I feel like.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I don't know if Aerobounce knows that he's still ahead in Temple.
Because Ad hasn't even entered Temple yet, right?
No,
Right.
0 Temple progress.
Mhm.
Alright, Airbounce does get the heart. I do like this.
Yeah. That's good.
Setting up for 7 hearts. And that other temple, or that other resort objective.
Yep.
Yeah, as Aerobounce, I don't know if you even finish Huge Mess here. Like, going and grabbing Misk or completing, or going back into Temple, since Aerobounce is so far ahead in objectives, it seems fine to let the rest of Resort go.
Yeah, I think either way is fine. I would probably complete Mess, but
Yeah,
way,
yeah. That goes back into what I was saying earlier about putting pressure on the B-side objectives. So Aerobounce is going to see the ads tick for Theo and Shaft, and I guess then they'll make a decision. But with only 1 button left, might as well just finish.
yeah, like you're pretty close, and like Ad's gonna be stuck in the cutscene for a little bit, so.
Yep. Oh, and Ad's actually continuing in Shaft. I was not expecting this.
Okay, I think this is not the time to be doing it.
No,
Maybe
I
just getting
think
the
I agree.
cassette and getting out, but
But even then,
yeah,
either making progress or cleaning up these checkpoint berry objectives is going to be much better.
yeah,
It is worth noting, though, that Ad is still delaying these farewell objectives, so Aerobounce really has no idea
right.
how much progress Ad has.
Oh, there's the key ticks.
Yep, yeah, here they come.
Everyone's going for Albert's Shrine.
Yep, this is still completely fine from Aerobounce. Speaking as, you know, the omniscient observers, we know that Aerobounce still has more progress than Ad.
Yeah, and oh, Ad going to 3B already. Yeah, I think this is premature, but
yeah, I think I'm with you.
yeah,
This is just 2 objectives. Airbounce is if he does Shrine Arb and start of 2A Arb, is gonna get 2 objectives as well for less time investment. And Airbounce here is just trying to match objectives here, right? Because with the progress advantage, even though it's slight, it's their prerogative to secure late game.
right.
I'm interested to see that it was Shrine Arb before
Yeah, 2A start
Start
Arb.
of Arb. Yeah. Because even though Shrine is less berries, 2A Start Arb is definitely faster.
Yeah, Shrine takes like a deceptively long time. You gotta like go around in a huge circle. It's,
Yeah. It is super berry dense, but not as berry dense as Start of 2A is.
Yeah.
Did Arrow Bounce get the ceiling pop berry earlier? I don't remember.
I didn't see. I'm not sure.
Because that alone takes, you know, another 20 seconds off.
Yeah, looks like they gotta go back for it.
Yeah. Ad, meanwhile, going through 3B in library.
Yep.
Yeah, and we can see that Air Bounce has already been in this chapter for over 2 minutes.
Yeah, having a fun time with this berry.
Yep. Yeah, this one's tough. Yeah, just grab the block. No shame in
Yeah.
using the block.
Alright, we're next.
Yeah.
We start our. Yeah.
Yep. Totally fine. Ad quitting out at rooftop.
Ooh!
Oh,
we have a
we're
race.
racing! Oh no.
But Arrow has quite a substantial lead here.
Yeah, with the stream delay.
Yeah.
Oh, this could be pretty bad for Ad.
Right.
Ad hasn't been locked out yet, really, but this time investment is
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
just unfortunate timing. Ad did Ad get 3A blue? Ooh, that's a good question. I know Aerobounce did. I mean, Ad has client, so we'll see when
Yeah.
they finish 3B.
Oh, this race is so close.
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Okay.
Oh, it turns pink.
Okay,
Alright.
okay, it turns pink.
I really love watching intermediate execution races.
Yeah. All right.
Wow, that was close.
Yeah.
Ad was just entering the last berry room.
All right. So it's gonna be 8 and 8 here once Ad finishes up the resort B side,
Yep.
and
All right.
presumably gets the blue heart. But
Yeah. I think
In that
Airbounce
time,
is 5A
yeah.
now. Yeah. Wow.
Arrow has a lot of time to make progress.
Yep. Oh, 5B.
It's 3B side, 7 hearts. I think it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely not bad. I also don't think Aerobounce expects Ad to be, you know, pretty much done with 3B at this point.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, this is fine, I think. I think if I were playing this board, I would have played 5A instead.
Mhm.
But, both reasonable options.
Yeah.
Yeah, Arrow would still need to play through depths, but, so 5B is also faster here than 5A, worth mentioning.
Yeah. Yeah. It's less time investment to play 5B.
Yep. Alright, Ad is actually going back for,
Oh, blue heart. Blue heart.
yeah, the blue heart. Yeah, I would have really liked to see Ad get the blue heart first pass. I think they still would have beaten Arrow Bounce to Theo, and this is just like an extra minute that they can't be spending.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with Airbounds playing 5B, they're not going to get any ticks out of this, but they will get progress towards late game stuff. So
Yeah, and
Ad doesn't
progress,
really
which
know.
yeah, Ad is just so far behind too.
Yeah, and Ad's like not going to know. Like, it's not going to be obvious to Ad whether Arrow played 5A or 5B.
Yep.
So they're going to have to make a decision on which way to split. There's the resort picks.
Yep. I am interested to see the Aerobounce going for one key, but that's not the one key I ever did as an intermediate.
Yeah.
I did the one to avoid ceiling pop, or not ceiling pop.
Bubs drop.
Bubs drop.
Yeah.
But choosing to avoid that corner kick instead.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Aerobounce.
out.
Wait, what are we doing? Okay, okay. Oh, the tick showed up. That's pretty funny.
Wow, amazing timing there from that
Yeah.
tick. All right, back to 5p. Yeah, and air bounce is just multiple minutes ahead of ad here.
Mm-hmm. Controlled by the seeker. Okay.
What was the seeker's name? I don't remember.
This one is called like Ruxin or something.
Yeah.
Different seekers have different names, even though they all behave the same.
Yep. Well, that one misbehaves. That one trolls.
Yeah.
All right. Oh, whoa, that was cool. Not really sure what happened there, but
Seeker stuff happened. That's what happened.
yeah. All right, air bounce coming up on the end of 5B here. Looks like ad not playing 5A either.
Yeah,
So
it looks like they're going to be contesting hearts, which ad does have the advantage too with Resort B side.
Yeah. Airbound still excuse me, still has the 4A blue heart, so they are tight in hearts, but obviously that's something that ad could get very easily.
Mm-hmm. I think as arrow bounce, I think I would like to see reflection.
Yeah, synergizing with that blue heart is definitely worth. I'm guessing that Aerobounce is probably not very comfortable with 6B. So
Right.
getting Grabless Rock Bottom there is probably not worth it.
Yeah. And then 3 gems is kind of fast.
Yeah. Yeah, but it doesn't really synergize with too much. Like, it,
I guess,
it gets your
yeah.
progress.
Yeah, progress, somewhat progress. It's 2k ARB and 7B.
Yep. Yeah, we'll just see what Aerobounce wants to prioritize here.
Mm-hmm. Alright,
It is
reflection.
reflection. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so mapping out hearts from here. Aerobounce has 4A and 3A and 5B, and that's it, right?
Mm-hmm. 1A, 2A you can get pretty quickly. You're gonna get 6A.
Yep.
And then you need one more.
Yeah, so you could either do 5A on the way to unlocking Unraveling, or you could do a fast B side like 1B or 2B. Probably not going to want to do 3B at this point.
Yeah. Oh, where is the arrow going?
Oh,
Okay.
that's a pretty sick save. Oh no!
Oh yeah,
Unfortunate.
unfortunate.
Alright, well, we'll see if Aerobounce knows the code or has the code accessible.
I hope so.
Yeah. Not that Aerobounce is super likely to get locked out here.
Yeah. I still use the cheat sheet for this. I haven't.
So do I,
memorized.
yeah.
Yeah.
For the longest time, I had like a physical sticky note on my desk.
Uh-huh.
But nowadays, I just use the cheat sheet.
Yeah. Also, Arabelle's knowing the tech that right side is faster than left side here to get the heart.
Yeah, if you don't want the cassette, that is.
Mhm.
Yeah, and we do see the tick. So this is insta-tick. Ad knows that Arrow is significantly ahead in progress.
Right, and now as Arrow, where do you go here?
Yeah. So you don't know whether Ad is playing 5A or 5B, right?
Yeah.
So it's up to you to decide whether hearts are safe. And looks like Airbound's just gonna be going into, which makes a lot of sense, I think.
Yeah, I think it's gonna work out with Ad being so far behind.
Yeah.
I'm not
I mean,
sure Arrow knows that, but
Yeah, Arrow does have a progress win condition. Like you said, it's hard to know exactly that win condition is fully accessible to you.
Mhm.
But if Air Bounce wins everything in Summit and Reflection, that is 13.
Yeah.
Alright. Does Air Bounce forget the gem? I hope not.
Okay. Guess the gem.
Let's go.
And does not RTM. Very good.
Yep. Learning from the mistakes of last game.
Yeah.
Alright. Nice. Ad finishing up 5B here. From Ad, I think Ad is a lot more likely to just dip into a random B-side, right? To try to get that 7 hearts 3 B-sides. But
yeah.
if they do that, they lose. They need to recognize that.
Yeah, because they can get to what? They can do the B side 7 hearts and then 5A. That gets them to 12, but then they're going to lose everything else.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Ad has to contest either a Summon or Reflection.
Yeah. Would be pretty funny if Ad took home either 6B or 7B as their third B-side.
Oh, yeah, that's possible.
Yeah. But once again, I'm just not really sure what Ad this trap. Alright, what's it gonna be, Ad?
Yeah, playing 1B.
Yeah, this is just not it,
Yeah, it's
unfortunately.
not it, yeah.
Looking for your opponent's win cons and your own win cons is definitely like a difficult skill in bingo.
Yeah,
Um,
I think looking for your opponent's win con, I feel like is much harder.
Yeah, looking for your own win con is like step one, right? And
Yeah.
that's about where I would say that intermediate routing skill level is. But recognizing your opponent's win conditions, that's probably not till expert.
Yeah, I mean, in all of the games between us, Crab, I feel like my weakest point is like not recognizing your win con, and then I just get tunnel vision on my own. And then all of a sudden I realize you have a path to 13 that I can't contest, and then it's game over.
Yeah. Well, we haven't played in a while. Maybe we should change that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, it is all about counting to 13 and not just for yourself.
Yep.
That being said, if Ad recognizes, it's not too late for Ad to recognize Air Bounce's win con, right?
Right.
It would be hard, but I think it is still possible for Ad to steal either Godless Rock Bottom or 7B.
Yeah.
Ad is canceling their own synergy between 3 B-sides and 7B
Oh
now.
no.
Very sad.
Just change the objective to 4 B-sides real quick.
Yeah, let me go in and like hack Bingo Sync.
Yeah.
Imagine if that happened on a real match, like someone hacking into the Bingo Sync servers to change the objectives.
That'd be wild.
Maybe in 2026 Bingo.
Yeah. Another cursed variant that people come up with.
Yeah. So Celeste Bingo, but you're allowed to change the objectives halfway through the game.
Yeah.
Alright, Air Bounce is going back into 5A here. Not really the biggest fan of this, because as mentioned, Air Bounce does have a progress win con, but yeah, hard to see your win con sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, even cleaning up Grabless Search, I don't even think it's that bad either, right?
Definitely not bad. I would say it's a bit more risky, but once you see the 3 B-sides tick, it's a lot safer.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'd going for 7 hearts here. Imagine.
Oh, crowd control bingo, but instead of influencing the game, the audience can edit the unticked objectives.
Just like swap it around within tiers.
Yeah.
I think that would be really funny. Wonder if anyone's here to put it on the sheet. I don't know what constitutes like a new variant. If someone just says it, like makes it reality.
I feel like that's how it's been, right? I'm not super following all these variants, but
Yeah, I kind of tapped out as soon as we broken 100 variants. I'm not sure.
I,
feel like we
I saw I saw the list a while ago, but
Yeah. All right, air bounce coming up on Grabla search here. Add ticking 3 B-sides and 7 hearts now, so no delays. Basically even information and tied objective count, but air bounce just has the progress lead, and I think that's going to be all that matters. Yeah, and Ad's still not contesting progress.
Ad going to search.
Yeah.
Yeah, this
Yeah,
might be a nail in the coffin.
Yeah, this would have been Ad's chance to swoop into either Reflection or Summit. 130.
Oh god.
When I first started Museum of Bingo, there were like 3.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People just speak their variants into existence, right?
Yeah. Alright, here is Grabless Search, and, you know, if I were Ad, if I see the Grabless Search tick, I might just call GG.
Yeah. I think your last hope is like hoping for a meltdown in 7B or something from Arrow Bounce's side.
Yeah. But that would have to be quite the meltdown. Ad has finished Temple, but Arrow Bounce has played all the way to 1k, which is a big lead.
Yeah.
And even if that happens, you still need to worry about all collectibles in 5A and Grabless Rock Bottom.
Yep.
I don't know if you heard that, but the most insane thunderclap just happened.
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, Discord noise suppression definitely carrying the weight of the world there.
Yeah, Discord. I'm actually pretty like impressed with how good Discord's noise suppression can be sometimes.
Yeah. All right, Ad and Aerobounce both entering Summit, and this is pretty much game over here.
Yeah. Like as Airbounce, I'm pretty sure you have time to go to 2K ARP and then go back to 7B.
Yeah. But yeah, Airbounce just has so many options. I think they're leading to every single objective on the board right now.
Yeah.
And this, remember when we were talking about these players' strengths? Airbounce definitely won this game by picking the more consistent, reliable route.
Yeah, I think the early 2 cassettes play, it was just not it, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think Ad may have just fallen a little bit for that bait and given Airbounce the chance they needed to go for that strong progress play, and Airbounce also knowing which objectives to leave behind in 4A.
Yeah, skipping the 1-up and then going for the heart. Like, they took those objectives, they traded those objectives at the same time, but the heart is like several rooms ahead in progress.
Yep, yeah, and then Ad also trying to synergize those keys in Farewell, I think
that was so greedy.
Yeah, it was a super aggressive play. And like there is something to be said for playing greedy when you're up a game in a best of 3, right? Because if you just call out your opponent, then you get a free win, and if not, you have a chance to maybe play a bit more consistent in game 3.
Right.
I do definitely respect Ad playing it out though. I
Yeah.
know a lot of players wouldn't play it out in this position, but the only way to guarantee that you lose is by conceding. So playing to every out is, I think, a good trait to have.
Yeah, I mean, you never know. Sometimes if the opponent makes the wrong decision, or you just get a good read on the 50-50 or something.
Yeah, and you just end up losing a winnable game by
Yeah,
not trying.
Yeah.
Especially in, like, you know, grand finals of a restream tournament. Like, all I'm saying is take all the airtime you can get.
Yeah, this is your chance to like show up and show out. Like, just even if
Yeah.
you're gonna lose, like just play it out.
Yeah, and also, like, just being able to play in a competitive environment is a really nice thing. I definitely appreciate it. Have fun.
Yeah. Like, if I had to go 7B here,
Like, rushing 7B.
yeah, it's possible, right?
Yeah.
We'll see what happens, but
Yeah, I would expect Ad to just rush 7B here, because I'm pretty sure they know they're behind in some of the progress.
uh-huh.
Yeah, I guess we'll see it. If this comes down to 7B race, I mean, even if Ad wins 7B, they might... seems pretty likely they would still lose the game.
Yeah,
But that would still be content at least.
yeah.
Doesn't look like it though.
Yeah, like, there's a world where Ad goes straight to 7B, gets a god delay, and then somehow tricks Aerobounce into just going to the wrong places at the wrong time.
Yeah,
But-
and yeah, that would involve predicting Aerobounce's movements between 5A and Reflection. And Aerobounce would still have a safe win con there by multitasking, right?
Right.
If Ad is... I would say Ad's biggest skill is in delaying, though.
hmm
Ad is definitely very willing to delay, and knows, you know, when objectives are safe to delay and when they're not.
hmm Oh, didn't quit.
Okay. That's fine, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I think they skipped the berry, maybe?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe touch the orb without...
Yeah.
Yeah, and their saving quitting is the only way to save it. Alright.
Alright, 7B race?
Oh my god.
Perhaps? Wait, where's Aerobounce going? They don't have to go 7B, but... Oh, they don't know the tech of pressing confirm to skip the tally.
Yeah.
Alright, 7B race.
Okay, this is it. Will this game last another 15 minutes? I'm
Ad
here for
holding
it.
up for dear life.
Yep. I hope Aerobounce multitasks here. It's definitely the smart thing to do.
Yeah.
Sorry, I need to drink a bunch of water. Match is making me thirsty.
All good, all good.
So it looks like Ad is definitely taking the lead in this chapter.
Yeah, I think it's pretty close, but I think Ad's exec is a little bit cleaner so far. There's
Yeah,
still a
looks
lot
like
of 7B left to be played, though.
Yeah. But if Aerobounce hard commits here, and Ad ends up, like you said, getting the god delay, there's still 2 whole long objectives to slog through
Yeah.
as ad. I do appreciate the 7B content though.
We love
Best chapter in the
7B.
game.
Oh.
Whoa. Interesting grab there.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, Ad is having a bit of a moment here.
Yeah,
Airbounce
this
is
is-
back.
7B does 7B things.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh.
No! Oh my goodness. Oh, and Ad finally goes for the fast right and gets a first try. Well, moral of the story is just do the fast right, kids.
Yeah, do the strat that you're practiced in,
Yeah.
even if it's technically harder.
Yeah, and Aerobounce blazing through that room, so the Ad might be behind now with the stream delay.
Yeah, it's close.
Yeah.
Everybody's not remembering how to do this room.
Oh yeah, you need 2 dashes here.
Wait. There you go.
Nice. Alright, made it through. And Ad is definitely taking this checkpoint super handily. I would say that this is probably the hardest checkpoint chapter.
Oh, okay. Multitask.
Nice, okay, good. This is definitely what I wanted to see from Aerobound.
Oh, didn't get the rescue berry. Oh no. Although I guess at this point,
Yeah.
it's not gonna matter.
Well, I don't think Aerobounce has played Rescue yet.
Ah, I see. Right,
Yeah.
maybe just did grab a search.
Yeah. I am interested to see that it's this objective instead of Grabless Rock Bottom, but I guess at this
Yeah.
point, Ad hasn't ticked anything in 5 years, so
Mhm.
it could be anywhere.
Right.
I don't think we're gonna see 6B on this board. Grabless
doubt
Rock
it.
Bottom is definitely faster in 6A. Wait, is it? No, it's faster in 6B.
no, it's still faster in
Reach Rock
6B.
Bottom. Yeah. Maybe not for these players. But
Yeah, maybe not for these players, but if you know how to play both chapters well, then 6B is still a hair faster.
yeah. Well, we'll see if we see the legendary triple multitask from Aerobounce.
Yeah, both players really extending this grand finals for as long as possible.
Yeah. I mean, the number of games we've seen go to late summit in this bracket stage has been very high.
Hmm.
These players are definitely evenly matched, I would say.
Yeah, this is a great matchup for sure.
Alright. Ad, making it to 3K shortly. Sorry. Comms curse.
Oh no!
Yeah. I mean, not only is it nuts that we've had 3 games decided by 3K are in this bracket stage, but also it's nuts that that objective has been rolled as tier 25 for three games so far already.
Yeah.
Yeah, these games have definitely gone longer than expected. I mean, this one is gonna be over an hour, it looks like.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that these late game objectives are so long. We have 7B, all collectibles 5A, Gravel's Rock Bottom. These are some of the longest chapters in the game.
Yeah. And there's clearly no synergy between them, the only main thing being progress. Alright. Arrow Bounce, finishing up. Start Arb.
Mhm.
Where to next? Do you think Depths Arb
Depth, I think
or
depth.
back to 7B?
Surge? Okay.
Sure, yeah, this is
Temple.
fine.
It's simple, yeah.
I wonder how long Ad thinks it's safe to delay 7B, because if Arrow Bounce was hard committing, it wouldn't be very long, but since Arrow Bounce only has progress to 1500, you can delay it a long time.
Yeah. I guess the question is, will Aerobounce go back into 7B, or just finish
just
the game
end
on
it,
one? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say what I would do as Arrow Bounce in this situation, because we just have the secret sauce.
Yeah.
The secret sauce being knowledge, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah,
I
if
don't
it
know
were
how
up
to
to
break it down.
me, I would probably split between 7B and Rock Bottom.
Yeah,
The 5A collectible is a very long chapter.
yep. Yeah, but then there's also the argument for, like, Ad might be the least likely to do this objective, so it's the safest.
Mhm.
It's all mind games.
Yeah.
Nice, Arrow Bounce knowing which ways are the berries and which ways are the keys.
Yep.
Right, and Ad finishing up 7B, so I guess we'll see what the delay situation is like.
Mhm. Oh,
Uh-oh.
this is a room of all time.
Yeah. This room is just so hard to get consistent.
Oh, insta tick.
Oh, that's interesting. I guess Ad just assumed it was a full-on race.
Yeah.
So now Arrow Bounce is free to just do Depths Arb plus Unraveling Berry and call GG.
Mhm.
Oh, if Arrow Bounce got Unraveling Berry, then that's even better.
Yeah, he did get it. I saw him get it.
Okay, nice. So just Depths to go. Also, still remembering that he has the Winged Berry. I had forgotten.
Oh yeah! Wow. Like,
Yeah.
game sense.
Yep. Oh, unfortunate. So here,
Oh yeah,
if you don't need to finish steps, it's faster to get the top berries first,
right.
because you don't need to backtrack through this area all the way.
Hmm.
Not a big deal, but definitely good for bingo players to know about, because that isn't a route that you would ever take for any category other than Banarb.
Benarb. Oh no, what is this cursed category?
Oh, you haven't heard of Banarb?
I mean, I figured out what it is immediately, but
Okay, yeah. It's Benny percent, except you have to get all of the berries for the cassette.
right.
I have pushed very hard in the past to get this on category extensions, and it's been rejected because it's too arbitrary, which fair enough.
Yeah, there's definitely a lot of like what do you define as before the cassette, right?
Yeah, exactly. The way I defined it is just the berries that you get in the 100% route, like the classical 100% route.
Hmm.
But obviously that's super objective and
Yo, what is this
involves...
route from Aerobounce? Okay.
That's pretty sick.
Yeah, that was pretty cool.
No, you don't need to play core because it's not in Benny percent. Alright, I'm gonna suspend my explanation because we're gonna be... Wait. Air bounce.
Wait,
No berries up here.
collectibles.
Oh, collectibles. That's right. Never mind, air bounce. You're doing good work. Getting those berries. That was the correct order to get those.
Oh yeah, that's
I'm
right.
sorry
yeah,
I
yeah.
said anything. Proving me wrong. Ad is in 6B.
Yo, 6B, love to see it.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, I don't think Ad was gonna make it to rock bottom in 6A or 6B.
Right.
Just a fun, cheeky little 6B. It has also been proposed that Bernard be getting all of the berries that you can get before the cassette.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's the tick. GG.
GG's.
GG's. And we are going to be on to game 3 here.
Yeah.
I
Well,
do
I'll
think...
be. Or, yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say I'll be hopping off comms to be
Yep.
replaced by Pocket, who was here earlier.
Yep.
But you were saying?
We're just gonna have probably a little bit of time in between games just to give these players some recuperation time.
Mm-hmm.
They've been playing for like 2 straight hours now.
Yeah, as someone who has been in grand finals before, it's very like nerve-wracking to be in this situation.
For sure.
Yeah.
What's up, Pocket?
All right, I'll be hopping off.
Hi.
See you, Quan. Thanks for
Bye,
calling.
guys. Mhm.
Hello, Pocket. How's it going?
Great. This bash has been a lot of content.
Yeah.
It's very cool.
Yeah, definitely a fan of this match.
Say, if you hear loud screaming off in the distance, that's me.
Yeah. Very triumphant feeling to come back from a game down in a best of 3.
And especially with Ad and Arrow having been in the same group, and obviously Ad beat Arrow 13-7 in the group stage. So Arrow probably wasn't coming into this super confident, and now it's tied up. One game decides the tournament.
Yeah, and furthermore, the mind games between these two players must be through the roof because they've played each other so many times already in this tournament. There definitely is opportunity for each of them to get inside the other's head, and play unexpectedly.
When you quit out of 7B, Ad, I forget exactly, but she was ahead of you, but not by that far.
Yeah, that's what I'm remembering. Alright, I think we might get back into it soon. Let me check in with our players here. Yep, players just want a few more minutes in between games, which, fair enough. They've been playing for a while. I'm wondering here if Ad is going to adjust their playstyle, because I do think that they played pretty risky, pretty aggressively in game 2 of that match. And if they're gonna rein it in and play a little more conservatively in game 3.
Yeah, I mean, that sort of thing is, I think, inevitably something you're more likely to see as you ascend the skill tiers.
Sure, yeah.
But Ad has been around in intermediate for a while. I think they won the last intermediate bash as well, so they definitely have the experience to think about that sort of thing.
Yeah, just like adjusting macro strategy on the fly in between games. We did see some hallmarks of routing, I would say, that are unexpected in intermediate in that last game. Notably, just strong delays and multitasking.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of. Well, we've seen a decent number of strong delays in this bash, and also some tragic over delays.
Yeah. Over delays will definitely happen though, even in higher skill levels, just because I think delays are probably the highest skill ceiling aspect of bingo, because they are so devastating if you get them exactly right, but also so difficult to do.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest example was the game yesterday between CVZen and the Man, where the Man was delaying like every objective perfectly. Like CVZen would be in the room and then get locked out.
Yeah, and that's just very impressive stuff. The worst or best, depending on how you think of it, is when both players are aggressively delaying, so they're both hiding their progress from each other, and they end up delaying the same objective at the same time.
We've had that as well.
Yeah.
What was it? Epic versus Arrowbounce yesterday. They both had 3 keys in power source, and they both wanted to delay it until they had 5 keys in power source.
Oh, that is stressful. I said it before, but I think I would reiterate that I think after this bash, I would like to see both of these players striving for advanced. I think their routing can definitely hold up for it. Maybe just their execution needs a tad more, but they are both very strong routers.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ad certainly has dipped her toes into advanced, because, like I said, she's been around intermediate for a while, and won the last bash. Certainly could try to move up. Arrowbounce, I don't know. He hasn't been that long out of beginner, and we definitely didn't expect him to get this far in this tournament, and yet here he is. So, we'll have to see.
Yeah, and of course, skill levels being subjective as they are, it's mostly just what players consider themselves and what tournaments they sign up for. And these 8 players definitely were, the most evenly matched out of the signups that we got. So they're the definition of intermediate just for the Looks like our players are just about ready. We'll be able to get going soon. All right, we are just about ready for our grand finals game 3. Get excited, everyone. We're gonna start the countdown. All right, we're about to see the board. Cool. All right, Pocket, what do you see?
Okay, dash the start of 1A is definitely the first thing we'll get to. See if either player goes for that. 2A, we have get a 1-up in 2A and all berries and intervention. So those are kind of the obvious early game things.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Let's check up on synergy for those objectives. Obviously, there's nothing for dash the start of 1A, and the only big berry objective seems to be 15 and 5.
Yeah. So looking ahead, looking at 3A, there's a decent amount of stuff there. Grabless start, 10 berries, 5 winged berries is kind of a soft 3A objective. 8 winged berries it helps for, there's a huge mess order.
There's also
sure,
Grabless
sure,
Shaft.
Yeah, grab this elevator shaft, and 5 berries in Pico 8. And 3 optional Theo cutscenes.
Okay, 3A is looking hecka strong.
Yeah.
Wow. There is also, it's worth mentioning that we have 2 B-sides, 2 A and 2 B-sides, 7 binos, 2 binos in 4, and 3 blue, 3 red. However, that kind of loses out on 5 wingberries and 3 optional Theo cutscenes because you skip a wait.
Yeah. So, okay, we see both players going dash at the start.
This
Yeah,
is interesting.
Mad Tyro in chat saying this is a 2A skip board. I'm not sure it is, because if you skip 2A to get into 3A, you don't get 5 winged berries, and what was the other thing?
And
Well, I
3
mean,
Theo cutscenes.
Yeah, and there's obviously just objectives in 2A as well.
Yeah. So Ad does win Dashless start of 1A, however, these players are still going to be pretty tight. I think the other reason why I don't think this is a 2A skip board is because there is one objective each in 4A and 5A as far as I see, and several late game things. Like, I see 20 berries in 7A, 35 berries in and Reflection Cutscene and Hollows. Like, those objectives are going to be more important, I think, than, you know, the cost of needing to play all of 4A and 5A on top of 3A.
Yeah, it is always like it's easy to have the knee-jerk reaction of, oh, 3A is really strong, I should just skip chapter 2 to get there faster. But you have to take into account what you lose by doing that.
Yeah, even if you get 8 objectives out of 3A, if you lose everything else, that's not even close.
Yeah, and in this case, it's like some of the stuff that's in 3A you lose if you haven't played 2A as well, and then just being behind to progress.
Yep.
Loses you various other things.
Yeah. That being said, Ad is pretty far ahead into 2A here and has the objective lead. So Aerobounce has some ground to make up. Ad choosing not to get the cassette here, I think that makes sense. I think Airbounce skipping that binocular, I wonder if that will end up mattering. But I think Aerobounce could make up time in 3A by skipping various objectives. Like, I think 3A and 5 berries Pico 8 could be skipped first pass, and would probably give Aerobounce a good amount of time to get back in progress. Getting all berries in intervention, though, I'm not a big fan of.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. So there's also like 10 berries in 3A is obviously a question, because I mean you could get that in start, but if you're racing 3A, then you probably lose everything else by doing that.
Yeah.
So you have, and that's something you very much have to weigh up. Like, do I only go for the fastest on the way berries? Do I not go for any berries at all to just win all the other objectives? Of course, if Arrowbounce gets all berries in intervention and takes it here, that will give Ad more information to work with about, okay, I have a lead.
Yeah. I disagree with both points made in chat here. I'll read them and explain why. I think delaying 3A here is way too risky to even consider, because it's going to be pretty clear that both of these players are going to be playing 3A. And
I think Mad Tyro was still talking about a side skip. In that
oh,
instance, obviously you delay.
yeah, you would
3A
want.
objectives.
Okay, yeah. Never mind. Good catch, Pocket. Yeah, now Ad can also delay this because of the intervention berries tick. Ad knows that they have some ground on Aerobounce. Did Ad get a Wake Berry? I was not looking.
I don't think so. I wasn't fully watching. But
Yeah. That is interesting, because that would also give Aerobounce an advantage to one of those strong 3A objectives.
Yeah.
Alright. I think step 1 for Aerobounce here would be skipping Groundless start of 3A. which it does not look like he's doing.
Okay, Ad has 2 winged berries total, so she skipped Awake Winged and Chasm Winged.
Yeah,
Could go back for them after Grappler's start, of course.
Yeah.
Or
but that is definitely
like-
more time investment.
yeah, or depending on how worried Ad is about losing the progress lead, she could play huge mess and see if they're still on the board. If 5 winged is still on the board.
Yeah,
Okay, quits out after start. This is probably still fine, given the lead that Ad has in 3A.
yeah, it's gonna be tough for Aerobounce to try to win 5 wing, even though Ad needs to backtrack, just because of the enormous progress lead that Ad accrued by not going for berries and intervention.
Yeah, and it's not even a case where you can like skip the huge mess order to rush the winged berry because the mess order is Tal's first.
Yep. Yeah, so Ad would be advantage to both still. Especially if Aerobounce gets this berry, the slowest berry in start.
Yeah, I mean, if you realize you're behind, maybe trying to rush 10 berries makes some sense, but that berry in particular is just very slow.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not the slowest, you're right. But it is pretty slow. Losing progress in return for this one objective is definitely not worth it though. There are so many fast berries in Mess and Shaft and Sweet that realistically playing around your opponent and getting 10 berries in 3A as late as possible is going to be your best out. Ad is getting this blue heart. Is this on the board, or is this just for 3 blue, 3 red? Oh, hold on. Aerobounce skipping here.
Yeah, I think this is just for 3 blue, 3 red, which I think is very questionable.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. And I think if Aerobounce committed to playing 3A, instead of getting cold feet and switching to 4A, that misstep from Ad would have given Aerobounce a much greater chance of getting value out of this chapter.
Yeah, I mean, I think Ad had enough of a lead, but I also think in Ad's position, not being able to see Arabance's screen, like, she couldn't know for sure that she had enough of a lead to get the blue heart and still win the mess order.
Yeah.
On the other side, from Arabance's perspective, I can see the point of, like, you realize you're behind in 3A, so just unlock mess and leave. You can maybe come back for Pico 8 later.
Yep. Yeah. I would... If I were Aerobounce, I would consider going for 10 and 3A and Pico 8 as soon as possible. Because you've already given up so much progress. Yeah. It is still possible to get 3 in Mess without losing a crazy amount of time, but yeah, it's still just
Yeah, I mean,
pretty unfortunate here.
okay, and Ad, after doing the mess order, goes into Pico.
Yeah, I think this is smart from Ad, just closing off routes where they could lose objectives like this. Oh, and is Aerobounce gonna get locked out of Pico here?
Yeah, it looks like Arabounce was probably having similar thoughts to what you were saying, just a bit too late.
Yep. Yeah, if Arabounce decided to do this after Shrine Unlock instead of after Unlock, he would have won this.
Yeah, or just didn't quit out of 3A until after doing this.
Yep.
I mean, yeah, I mean, I was realizing theoretically something Arabounce could have done. If Creep is right that Arabounce has 7 berries in 3A right now, you could play Towels, get both berries, play Pico for 5 berries, and then go get the berry under the bridge for 10,
Yeah.
and then leave.
Yeah, that's what I was alluding to earlier when I
Yeah.
said that it's possible to get 3 berries in Huge Mess without losing a ton of time. But here, it's looking pretty bad for Arabounce. It's already 5-1, and there's still objectives left in Temple. Or not Temple, in Resort.
Okay, Ad is going for Alt-Type Blue Heart, which again is only for 3 blue, 3 red?
Yeah, I think this is a bit early. I would much rather see Ad cleaning up 1-up in 2A or just continuing in Resort. But 1-up in 2A here plus cassette for 2B I think is good. Ad has already pretty much won Resort. Even if Arabounce gets some objectives out of Resort, it'll be more time for less objectives, so Ad doesn't mind too much if those objectives go. And in any case, it looks like they won't because Arabounce is in Ridge.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, at this point, if Ad gets this 1-up, and Grabless Shaft 3 Theo cutscenes, that's 8 objectives. 10 berries in 3A also. So 9 objectives.
And then
without going beyond Resort, without even finishing Resort.
Yeah, and then it's just so easy for Ad to win off of binoculars and B-sides. Yeah, I mean, we could see since there's nothing in Sweet, we could see a win condition being 1B, 2B, 3B for 3 blue, 3 red.
That would be very funny, because I'm pretty sure in a previous intermediate bash, Ad lost a game because Epic did that.
Wow. Like universal karma. It is very funny to me as well that there are exactly 7 binoculars in chapters 1, 2, and 3. That's pretty crazy.
And Ad is now in 2B.
Yep.
So, yeah, it looks like Ad may well have just identified a potential path to 13 and is just full on pursuing it. And if Arrowbounce doesn't stop it, that's how the game will go.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go out on a limb here and say that this game won't last an hour. Ad is very firmly in the driver's seat here, and Arrowbounce is just not contesting anything that Ad is doing here.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to ask Epic about the game I mentioned before where he beat Ad by doing something like this, because I'm pretty sure it was very much like this, like just full early game rush, including like 1B, 2B, 3B, and very much counterable if your opponent realizes what you're doing, but it's very difficult for your opponent to realize what you're doing
Yep.
until you have a lead to everything.
Yeah, and that'll be the case for as long as it's a niche route. As soon as people are thinking about it, I think this route stops working.
Yeah, but it's pretty rare to get a board where this sort of thing will work. So
Yeah. Yeah, and for Ad, it was definitely the perfect storm, right? Arrow Bounce went for all berries and intervention, so you had a huge problem. Ad also won Dashless Start of 1A, so had that kind of objective padding. But yeah, this is gonna be 2 A sides, 2 B sides coming up from Ad here.
yeah,
Before even
it's
finishing chapter 3.
yeah, it's a bit unusual to see 2A sides, 2B sides be 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B.
Yeah. But it's much more of a blackout thing. Alright, Arrow did delay that jump on 10 snowballs for a long time, but even though correctly identifying that that was a safe delay, it just doesn't matter at all because Ad wasn't even close to claiming it anyway. Oh, we've got a pause from players. I would say that this game has gone pretty unfortunately for Arrow. They only really made one major misstep, which was getting berries and intervention, and that has completely snowballed against them. Okay, we are going to resume with the game. I think that was maybe just a little bit of IRL RNG. Okay. And I think we will be resyncing soon. Yep. Okay, perfect.
Okay, yeah, and so this is very much unfortunate for Arrowbounds. He's in 5B here, probably figuring, the other synergy besides just 3A is B-sides,
Yep.
but he's going to get locked out of it.
Yeah. And I guess Ad showing me up, they are still very willing to take their, and in this case, it 100% paid off.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate that the two players just had kind of the same route
Yeah.
in a lot of ways, and Ad was just ahead to it. Whereas, if Arrow had just kind of figured, okay, Ad has better execution than me, so I'll be behind to resort, and just gone for the B-side synergy from the start, like 2B first pass into 4A, 5B, that could have been a very different game.
Yep. Yeah, because Arrow Bounce just would have had much more access to late game, and it just synergizes much better than Berries and Intervention. But yeah, I mean, it might just be that the moral of these grand finals is be aware of early game bait objectives.
Yeah, Intervention Arb was kind of an odd choice in that regard anyway, because you could have just gotten to a 1-up instead.
Yeah.
Talking about that would lose less time. You have the option of then grabbing the cassette and going 2B instead if you want.
Yeah. And early game also tends to be the most important in terms of route. It kind of makes up for it by being the least complicated. Like, usually your decision tree is pretty small, but any mistakes made in early game are magnified throughout the game.
Yeah, and here we see once again Arrowbounce is back in resort, but too late to actually contest anything.
Yep.
I mean, maybe he could still contest 10 berries in 3A, but
Yeah, it's just...
okay, Ad is finishing 3A though, not
Yeah.
going into 3B.
This does make sense to me, I think. Especially considering 2 binos and 4 chapters would not be available for that route. So...
Yeah, this gives access to 4A for binos.
Yep. And I think Ad also...
is shorter than all of 3B.
Yeah, Ad also might be able to finish up 10 berries here if Arrow Bounce doesn't get to it first.
Yeah. So the weird thing looking at this is this game could be quite a bit different if Arrowbounce just had 5 berries and Pico, which obviously went back into huge mess to get and was just that bit too late.
Yep. Because if Arrowbounce snags that and maybe also 10 berries in 3A, suddenly Ad needs to play quite a lot more miss and is kind of forced to make more progress because of that.
Yeah, it's the classic hazard of playing this sort of early game anti-progress rush is that if you lose any of the objectives you're planning to get, then suddenly you have to actually play progress, which you've given up the lead to your opponent in a massive way.
Yep. Here is the ridge skip from Ad. So this suggests that maybe 5B would be the play for the third B side, which does make a lot of sense.
It could also be Grabless Unraveling or 4 keys and Power Source.
Yep.
It's
Yeah,
just
lots of
miscellaneous objectives.
Yeah, there's still lots of options for Ad here, even though missed out on 10 berries in 3A.
Oh, and it looks like Arrowbounce is just going to lose this.
Oh man, this is just
cutscenes.
brutal.
He's basically one cutscene behind.
Yeah. I wonder if Arrowbounce could actually win this by going 1A before 2A, because you have to take a selfie with Theo if you've played past the Theo cutscene at the beginning of Towels. So both of these players played 2A first, but I wonder if Aerobounce actually had a chance if he played 1A before 2A. So yeah, and for those of you not in the know, you have to take a selfie with Theo at the cutscene at Awake if Theo knows Madeline's, and that happens if you talk to Theo twice in either 1A or 2A, or if you talk to Theo at the start of Towels. So really, it's just like a 3A bear.
Okay. So now Arabance goes to farewell, and so does Ad, and then quits out and goes back in. So yeah, Arabance is correctly identifying here. Like, you have to close off the anti-progress. Farewell has an objective on its own and also has a lot of binoculars.
Yeah. If
So this
Aerobounce,
probably is the right play from Arabance. Has the best chance of working out for him.
yeah, I agree. And if Aerobounce ends up winning 7 binos and 4 keys and power source, it is suddenly looking much better because he has the opportunity to lock out Ad. Ad still has a win condition in B-sides from 3 blue, 3 red, 2 binos, and 4 chapters, and I guess Grabless Unraveling. But if Aerobounce wins this, that would definitely be best case scenario.
Yeah, and I mean the thing about 2 binos. Okay, so Ad probably will win 7 binoculars.
7 binos, yeah. Yeah.
Unfortunate for Arrowbounce. But
Yep.
yeah, the thing about 2 binoculars in 4 chapters is, as Ad, like, you have 1B, 2B, 4A, and then I think you have to do 3B or 4B because you don't have late game access. Arrowbounce has Summit available. Oh no, wait, Farewell.
Yeah, Farewell can
Yeah.
just be the 4th chapter.
Yeah, I was just miscounting.
Yeah.
I was thinking Arrowbounce having late game Summit for 2 binos. That's good, but
Yeah, there's
Yeah,
just too
Farewell
many
is the only
binos
chapter.
around, yeah. I do appreciate that binos and keys give Farewell a bit more mid-game staying power in the current generator. Alright.
okay. And Arrowbounce. Oh, Arrowbounce was trying to just rush binos as fast as possible.
That was so close! That was like half a second. Oh.
I think that was only Arrowbounce's 6th bino. He would have had to go back to Shrine as well.
Okay,
But
okay.
that's still, like, less than
Brutal.
10 seconds.
Oh my goodness. Yeah. Props to Airbounce for still
Yeah.
playing. I might have reached there.
Yeah, and unfortunately... Oh! You know what? Way back at the start of the game, you asked if Arrowbounce skipping 2A bino would make a difference.
It did! It did! Oh, well, it didn't, but it almost did. It was very close to mattering. Wow. Alright. Second moral. Don't skip that bino if binos are on the board. Wow. Holy cow.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Arrowbounce did not go back to Power Source after getting locked out of binos. He went back to 5B,
Yeah.
which means that Ad will pick up the keys here as well.
Yep. And so after this, it's probably just going to be play 4A for 2 binos and call it.
Yeah, we do still have to emphasize that despite the scoreline, this game is a lot closer than it looks.
Yeah.
Because again, it's the nature of the anti-progress rush. If you get locked out of anything you're planning on getting, then you can just be stuck.
Yeah, and
It
Ad
was-
just had tons of close lockouts against arrow bounce.
Yeah. So like, if some of those lockouts go the other way, or just if arrow bounce is just a bit quicker, kind of cutting off Ad's win condition, then
Yeah.
you potentially end up in a situation where, oh, I can get to 12 objectives, but where do I get my 13th?
Exactly, yeah. You want to force your opponent to need to play as late as they can. But in this case, Ad got lockouts on Dashless Start of 1A, 5 Winged Berries, Grabless Start of 3A, but that wasn't really close, 7 Binoculars, 3 optional Theo cutscenes, 5 Berries in Pico 8, and the Mess Order. That's 7. That's insane. This game could have gone so differently if even just a couple of those lockouts went the other way, like you said.
Yeah. I should also point out with this that it's not kind of a case where you can say, oh, if this lockout went the other way, then the game would have gone this way, because
Yeah,
if the lockouts go the other way, then Ad probably plays the rest of the game differently.
differently. Yep, exactly.
But it's, this sort of strategy is a lot easier to justify when you start the game with a 6-1 lead or whatever it was.
Yep, exactly. But either way, GG's to both players. Thank you very much for watching, participating. Thank you to all of our wonderful volunteers, commentators. Thanks to Isaac for restreaming today. Yeah, but don't leave yet. We have some important announcements to go through. Number 1, we have another Intro to Bingo event coming up 2 weekends from now. That is July 13th to 14th. If you are a beginner or you're looking into getting into bingo for the first time, that would be a very good place to start. You've got 2 weeks to, get your feet wet, and we've got that event. And we are looking to run even more beginner focused events in the future. So, definitely, if you're interested in that, have a look at it. If you're not in our server, join our Discord server. That is the hub for everything that we do. But the other announcement, and the one that many of you might have seen coming, the Advanced Bash 8 will be the following weekend, 3 weekends from now, July 20th to 21st. So, advanced players, get your games in before then. You will be duking it out in 3 weekends. Anything I missed, Pocket?
No, I think that's it.
Alright. Well, once again, thanks everyone for watching, participating, for volunteering. I think we're done for today. Thanks everyone. And we should decide who we are rating. How do you feel about a Games Done Quick rate?
Sounds good.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
Yeah.
They're playing.
They're not
big
playing
amount.
Celeste until later in the week, but yeah, we can get in early.
Yep. Yeah. Definitely go and support Games Done Quick. I'm sure all of you are aware of Games Done Quick and all the good work that they do. Who is playing Celeste in Games Done Quick? Do you know?
Carrarium will be playing the D-sides.
Oh,
Then-
that's very exciting. She's been playing that category a lot recently, and it has been something else. Alright. Enjoy the content, enjoy Mega Man 9, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye for now.